is a passport bro who has been going live and creating content as it relates to getting your passport, getting out of the country, and dating a woman in Brazil. I believe he's also been to the Dominican Republic, but one of the main places that he goes to is Brazil. And of course, like his qualms is, he gets treated better. You could tell from this guy, from his face right here, that this guy is like a certified dweeb, right? You could just tell. And I'm gonna let some people up. It looks like we're already at 2K. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Can we keep that same energy? Everyone,
Hey,
can you please mute for me, please? Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Yeah, so if we can keep that same energy throughout the live, that would be amazing because I definitely need to get back on the algo. But anyways, long story short. So this guy has, he's been posting content about dating women outside of the country because apparently, according to him, he said that he is a nerd and doesn't get attention because women want the pookies and ray rays, and why don't you want the good guy? And he said he's guess what word he called himself, guys? If we can put in the comments, what do you think he referred to himself as? Just as a hint, the word starts with N. The word starts with N. What do you think what do you think he referred to himself as? No, not ninja. Nice guy. Thank you. I'm a nice guy. No, that's what he said. Us nice guys in America, we don't really get attention from women because we are nice. So this nice guy went to Brazil and attempted to kidnap children for sexual favors.
wow.
And the only reason that he was caught was because this idiot decided to try to transport the children via Uber. So when the Uber driver, of course, they speak Portuguese and he does not. When the Uber driver asked the children, "Hey, are you guys okay? Do you guys know where you're going?" Da da da. They of course communicated to him in Portuguese. "No, we don't know where we're going. We don't know who this guy is." Yada yada yada. And thus the Uber driver reported him. And I don't know if this is actually an Uber driver. So maybe their version of an Uber driver reported him, and he was arrested. He was found in his hotel room. They had his ass laid out. It was actually quite hysterical. And he was arrested. So this brings me to the point. You know what I've always said, that nice guys, number one, nice guys do finish last, and they should finish last because they're not good men. This is proof number one, proof positive. The number two point to this is I think it's really interesting. I do think it's really interesting that these passport bros turned out to be the P3dos we all said that they were. Because if you just wanted a woman to be kind and submissive and all the things, you could very well choose an adult. My question is, why are you choosing children? So I'm gonna go ahead, and it looks like everyone did request up, but Game Changer looks like he really wants to talk. So go ahead.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hi.
Yes, I think you're gonna.
I was first.
Madam,
Game
she
changer.
spoke to me. She
No,
told me to
one
speak.
second. All three of you guys were, to be fair, all three of you guys were in the request at the same time. So just, I feel like I know what's gonna happen here, and I got you, feminist. Go ahead.
Game changer will change the game forever. Okay, go ahead and change the game.
Right.
Yes, there is P3dos in America as well, right there at home. And to take this one case and try to paint all the passport bros, I think this is a cope mechanism. The passport bros don't want the women there, and you guys are coming up with trying to throw dirt on them. So this is a cope mechanism. The passport bros are gonna keep flying around. That's all I'm gonna say.
Whoa. 1 second, we have an order. Let him land unless someone else in the comments has something else to say about it. Go ahead.
no, that's all I wanted to say. Like, this is a cope mechanism. Like,
Mhm.
you guys are mad that the passport bros don't want you guys, maybe. Like, you're mad that they're leaving.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah, that's my point.
Okay. All right. Feminist, go ahead, love.
Yeah, so speaking about this particular case, is he from America, right?
Hmm.
Okay, yeah, I've been in lives where actually passport bros discuss their things and all that stuff, and I've had discussions and I heard them speak. They speak about virgins, they speak about some perverse things. To be fair, after hearing all that, I got also very suspicious. They have inside them they have love and preference for minors. That's why they go as low as possible in age. That's why they travel to so-called third world countries. They're not third world, but economically lower, economically weaker countries, where they can get these women to commit to them for a while, for a passport. Obviously, it's not forever. We know that. Then they bring them to America, they get their passport, they get their things, they leave. They use these women for that while. Some of them are getting trapped by babies. Some of them are getting abused, and these women usually very much younger. Like even my friend, she's Russian. She was actually picked by passport bro from another country, but he was like 20 years older than her. And then they divorced finally. He went to Philippines again and he picked up another wife who is again hell of a years older than him. So he's in his late 50s and she's like in her early 30s. That's weird. Like, why don't you go for your same, your age mates in your own country? Because you cannot afford, you cannot offer anything. The guy is broke for us. For them, they still got something because they went to Philippines and those 10,000K still matter. Still matter. It's so funny, like that's just economical reasoning behind this. They want to save money, they want to save effort because those women, they are basically in a position where they have to go through this bullshit. Sometimes to get out of the situation in their country, get over to another country to build their life, and they use these motherfuckers as a stepping stone. That's all you are, passport bros. You are freaking stepping stone for these women, and you using them for their youth, and you choosing the youngest ones because you are perverse. If you were not perverse, you would choose your age mates. You would be very realistic. You would understand that young woman will never truly love you for who you are because you're old. You expired already for her. She will only love you for a while to get the passport and her financials sorted. So get your illusions, in check. And maybe you know about it. Maybe you're just transactional. I guess these men are very transactional. They're very narcissistic. And those men, we shouldn't even worry about them going away because they literally they vetting themselves out.
No,
If
so
I
here's my thing, because I do disagree, and I'm just, if I'll let you land if you can wrap it up in a little bit.
It's all right. Yeah, it's fine.
Here's the parts I disagree with. I don't want them to leave because I don't want to set them on somebody else in another country. I want to expose them so that when they leave, young women in other countries understand exactly what they're trying to do, right? Number one. And the second part is there's some women who date passport bros because of an opportunity. There's some women who don't have a choice in the matter. There's some women who are so young that it's their parents choosing, depending on the country. We talked to a passport bro where he said he found somebody from a rural area in Ethiopia, and his father sold her to him, and she was only 16. And that's a man who came online and admitted that, right?
See?
So sometimes it's not opportunity. Sometimes they're actually just predators, and they want to harm these women, and these young girls don't have a choice in the matter at all. So I just don't want it to be assumed that's only an opportunity for them and they're being taken advantage. No, sometimes these women are truly being victimized because they're too young to make a decision on which way to go, and these men take advantage of them.
Wait,
Hey,
so
Cosmo.
the father would be a part of that as well, right?
The
That
father
sold her
is a
off.
part of that. But let me get to If Johnny, and then I got you Rich, and then it's Uncommon. Go ahead, If Johnny.
Hi, Pri. Do you like my new username again? I've changed it again.
I cannot. You're like, I'm gonna win that award next time.
Right, so Passport Bros are P3dos. 100%. It's very interesting how when these men say, the women over here, because I know it's mostly in America that Passport Bros. I've heard of Passport Bros in other countries, but I hear it predominantly in America. So the women here are not good enough, so I'm going to go somewhere else. But it's really funny how they always seem to go to countries that have looser child protection laws. And an example you gave where there's no protections at all. So it's very interesting how that is often the case. Now, when it comes to game changers comment about well, there's P3dos in America as well. Yes, game changer. That's the point. The man in the picture is American. We know. That's why they go over. That's why they go elsewhere to do that, because it's not, they can't get away with it as much in the USA, so they go to these other countries to victimize children. So you saying that game changer is not a gotcha. We know there are P3dos in America, and that's why a lot of them are Passport Bros, because they go to other countries outside of America to prey on children. So you thought you ate with that, but you didn't.
No, I mean they don't fly
1
out of
second,
America.
Game Changer, it's not on you yet. Go ahead, Rich. Because I don't know why you're just begging to defend these men. But go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I just don't understand the whole process. I just really don't understand it. I mean, they be coming in my room and I don't be understanding. It's a dude named Passport Bro that be coming in my room. I literally don't understand the whole thought process of going that far to find somebody significantly younger. Like, I'm 23. These men be way older than me. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally be like 40 plus. You know what I'm saying? So it just be weird. And then, like, the thing you pointed out that make it more weird, it's not just that part. It's the part like what you mentioned with the fathers. You feel me? Selling them off. It's like, yo, that is wild works. You hear me? And they
And in
supposed to
this
be the father.
example, the father begged him to purchase that little girl. But go ahead.
It's just crazy to me. That's all. It's just wild. When I saw this room, I just came in, wanted to send some likes, probably going follow and join the little club or whatever. That's all. You know what I'm saying? It's just weird to me, and like, how we supposed to like get a gauge on that? Like it ain't a crime. If they leave and go do that, right? Okay, like here it's a crime. Over there it's not a crime. So like how we supposed to, you know what I mean? Like you can call them weird, but like, bro, like that's more than weird. He just traveled over there, became what a predator is in America, or what I don't know if I can say that word. And he came back over here like everything normal. Like, nah, bro, you still one of them. To me, like you would touch somebody over here if you had the opportunity. How I see it, like I don't know, it's just kind of weird to me. That's all. It's just weird.
I agree. I fully agree. Hey, Common. John, it's not on you yet.
Wagwan. Oh, sorry. Right, Wagwan. So I think Happy New Year because I don't think I said that to you. But yeah. So like anyone that defends this, it's a bit weird because like for the most part, I would like to think that people aren't this, right, and so they have like no inclination to protect these people to defend it. But then they're like, well, you talk about men, yes, because we're talking about the men who are doing it. If you're not doing it, you're literally not the problem. You're like not the ones that we're talking about. We're talking about the ones who are doing it, the ones who are encouraging it, and the ones who are protecting them. Like even now, don't even like really quickly distraction. You know about the AI thing, like where people are making pictures that they shouldn't be making and how it's getting censored because the EU doesn't like the fact that you can make kids look a certain way now.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, cool. So like they don't even want to leave their houses anymore. They just want to they want it as easy as possible. That's why a lot of them go to those countries where you can buy people off Facebook and let them get sent to your house. It's like DoorDash for women. Bro, this shit is wrong.
It's disgusting. Yeah, there is a thing, guys, where basically a lot of the P3DO men, what they're doing now is creating AI videos and photos of children, you know, in precarious sexual positions, things like that. And that's obviously a huge problem, but there's a lot of people defending it because they're saying this is the best option. At least they're not messing with real children. This is a better option. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and let Game Changer respond to the people who've responded to him. And then we're going to let John. And once again, guys, remember, for my subscribers, you guys can always use your pretty privilege whenever you guys desire. Go ahead,
Yes.
Game.
I'm broke.
Right. No, let me speak. No. Thank you. So, no one supports P3DOs. It's wrong. We don't even support abuse of women. However, it's also incorrect to pretend that all men who fly out go to be P3DOs. That's what I'm saying. If they are P3DOs, they should be locked up and bad things should happen to them. Cool. But if men want to fly out to other countries and date women there, I think that's fine. Also, some of these men, they can't find a woman where they are. So if they don't like them where they are and they go to another place and they like them, that's fine. That's what I'm seeing.
Oops, there's somebody that's pondered.
Yeah.
Wait,
They
no,
don't
it's
Someone
like
not.
muted
That
me.
women.
wouldn't be. One second.
Someone
Yeah, that
Game
muted
wouldn't
me.
be.
changer. They
Yeah.
might not
One
like women,
No,
but why
One
do they go
second,
for young?
feminist guys. It is a privilege for
thank you. Thank you.
super fans. So go ahead.
Yes, as I said, I don't support going for these little women. However, no, if a man is older, let's say 50, and he's dating a woman that's 22, that's not my problem. You might feel bad about it if you're an older woman that he likes these 22-year-olds or 20-year-olds. I actually think that's quite young, 20, but then if these men want to go and do that, that's fine.
I
And
was
let's
just
not pretend they're all P3DOs, just like there are P3DOs in the West who don't fly out.
I was just trying to say that somebody who
Yeah.
pondered. Sorry, that's what I was trying to highlight a minute ago.
I am
Oh no,
22,
you got
bro.
it.
And yes, they're weird. I am 22.
Good morning,
Really
house.
quick. Good. One second. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Um, Game changer. It does look like somebody wants to hear from you. Go ahead and unmute real quick. Cha Cha, I'm gonna wrap up with you.
Yeah,
So,
sorry.
go ahead, game changer. Let's hear what you have to say.
Yes, so these possible bros, if they are P3DOs, they should be locked up and bad things.
Is
Yeah,
that
we already
right?
know that.
Is that-
It looks like somebody decided to
Oh,
drop
dude,
was
out.
it me? Was it right?
I
Sorry.
was gonna respond. Damn it.
I know I was too quick, but I couldn't miss the opportunity because I think there was a couple of people that put it in the, and I wasn't sure if we pander. Oh God, you know what? I can't talk this morning. I'm just going to mute for a sec.
No, you're good. So whenever the heart me's have a little it's like a little thing around it. I think Leslie's and Carter's have the little thing. That's how you know.
Yeah,
Um,
got you.
yeah.
Oh, I was gonna
Go
respond to
ahead,
it.
John.
Damn it.
You can respond. Go ahead.
It's like the problem with his argument is like saying that like, oh yeah, like I know there's pedos, but there's not all pedos. They just want to find a wife. I still think it's kind of weird to travel to a different country just to find different girls, right? And keep in mind, a lot of movies talking about like, oh yeah, American girls are bad, that shit, black women are this and that. I'm gonna go to a Thailand because she's better and she's submissive, this and that. Like, bro, you're gonna deal with the same results. And also the problem with any type of movement, whenever there's a pedo, the first like defense is like, oh, they're not all pedos. That's the problem. That's why movements like this fall apart because you don't call this shit out. And when you don't call this shit out, things get worse. Like, like if you want your movement to become better, you should have called these people out. But no, now you got to on defensive mode talking about, well, all men are not like that. They're just trying to find better lives. But dude, it's so frustrating because it's like you want your movement to become better, but they're not calling this out. That's what confuses me.
Well, they don't want to call it out. I think like whenever I go ahead, Cha Cha. Go ahead, my love.
Sorry, I was just going to say Nikki's next. I was just going to put John on mute. Oh, he's on mute. Thanks, John.
So here's the issue. A lot of people, and this is the field I work in. I actually used to be a supervisor and a minor human X trafficking building a couple of years ago. And here's the problem that comes into play with this whole passport bro thing. Let's say you're not going over there for minors. You're still going to countries where women, you know how high the poverty level is. You know it's a third world country. So you're still exploiting vulnerable populations. And that's what people fail to realize. Exploitation is exploitation no matter how you paint it. It's predatory, period. You're saying you can't get a woman over in the United States because a lot of us cannot be bought. We don't care about any of that. But you're going to a place like, for example, my husband's family is from the Philippines. What I make in a day, it takes them a month to make. You're exploiting the vulnerable. And somebody said it's called being a provider. If you can be a provider here, you're not trying to provide for this person and to make a better life for them. You're trying to have a human puppet who's completely and totally dependent on you in a complete land far away from all of their family and friends. They probably don't speak the language, so they don't have a choice but to depend on you. That's not providing. That's lightweight kidnapping with a side of Stockholm. Let's be so for real.
It's a modern day slavery. I'm sorry to say this word, yeah? Modern day slavery is real. And the women and children are the real victims of this occurrence.
Thanks, Nikki. I'm just going to do a quick mod break. Can everybody tap the live and get us up to 20k real quick? So keep tapping, tapping is clapping. The comments are going wild. Make sure you call out all the creepy men in the comments. Game Changer, you're still doing it. And I am going to answer the prompt. And then I think it's Vigity. Can I also say that any vulgar comments, any sexually directed comments to the host or anyone else, you will be blocked. So don't do it because it's creepy. Anyway, I'm just going to say the passport bros are P3dos. Absolutely, they are, like you said, feminist. It is modern day slavery, and they go to the specific countries like the Philippines, like Thailand, where the women are incredibly vulnerable, and the young children. There's young children that are, up for sale, unfortunately. And I think that when men are saying, we're looking for submissive, we're looking for women who are going to stay home and who are going to cook and all of that, and I need to go to another country to get it, there's nothing other than exploitation, because that's exactly what it is. You think that someone with a lower economic status and who's a lot younger is someone who you can control. So it's very much rooted in P3do behaviour, and you can't get out of it, because it's also the same men that talk about purity. It's also the same men who talk about, high value women and women being ran through. All of that misogyny means that they are dangerous to all women and femme presenting people, and more specifically children, because if a man's in his 40s, there's no chance that he won't be a virgin, but he expects that of a bride. And the only way that that's possible is to have someone much younger, much more vulnerable, much more doesn't know about what the world is. So however men think about it, or they try to spin it, it's still what it is. And I think a lot of men, because they are predatory, and they don't think there's anything wrong with it, to justify it, they try to silence everybody else who speaks out against it, especially other men. That if you were a decent human being and someone who's, you don't have to be the most attractive guy in the world, but if you're just a decent human being, there is somebody in your own country. But the fact is that you're having to go and find somebody 20 years younger who is poor, who's impoverished, who's vulnerable, tells us everything that we need to know, and that is that you are a predator. Vijay, sure, I'll land there. And Vijay, can we get your thoughts on the prompt?
Yeah, I think passport bros are the next movement. I think most of them are good men. I think they're just men who are exhausted from, American women.
What about this man? What about this one? This is the one we're talking about.
Yeah, we can cherry pick. We can cherry pick. I don't associate with that guy, but I am a passport bro.
Oh, so you have no thoughts on what he did then? No thoughts.
Yeah, I don't associate with him.
But you don't have any thoughts on what he did.
Yeah, I don't know the story.
Oh, okay. You just came up here to defend men. Okay, go ahead.
I came up here to defend the good men of passport bros
Sure. Go ahead.
because I align with them. My views. I've been a passport bro for 7 years now. I went to Thailand, China, Russia. It's all been amazing. It's been an amazing experience.
Ах ты, сучка, ты крашеная.
Someone sent a sticker.
And I've been to Russia. Russia's one of my favorite places to go
Что ты
to.
Oh,
нахуй,
you gotta pay
пидорас?
attention, y'all. No, 1 second. Remember, it
Пидорас.
has to be someone with the circle around who's a super fan. Like, look in the
Yeah.
look on their badge.
Oh,
Got it.
sorry, Vicky. Sorry, continue, please. My bad.
Sorry, I muted you, Veggie. Can you continue? How old is your wife?
Which one, Thailand or China? Which one?
Both.
One's 27 and the other one's 32.
And how old are you?
I'm 27.
And do they know about each other?
No, not yet.
It just sounds really creepy and manipulative and predatory. I'm glad that the women are over 25. However, it doesn't change the fact that you're manipulating and not being honest with those women, which is really sad.
They get to live a life of luxury, so I don't see anything wrong with it. They don't got to pay rent. They live in sky-rise apartments. So.
Well, they could always, if you were okay with it, if you were had any respect for women, you would have told them that there was another partner in another country. But that's the lying part of it is the problem.
I would tell them if they asked. They just never asked me before.
Oh my God.
Never asked you. I think you're lying because no Russian woman will go with this bullshit. I'm Russian, so I don't believe you.
If that's how you feel. That's how you feel.
Unless she gets benefits from you, a lot of benefits, and she's just draining you a bit, so it's fine.
Alright, cool. Wait, listen, Leslie muted him. Is a troll. Can we gulag him and then continue? Alright, cool.
Even respond when I
Well, if
spoke
he was
Russian.
muted
She's
by
never been
Leslie,
to
give me
Russia.
1 second. Give me 1 second. It does look like a subscriber has muted you. They've utilized their pretty privilege. They don't want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead. Bacon, egg, and cheese.
Yeah.
Hello. I feel like a lot of what I was going to say was already, said before, but I think baseline the passport pro movement is based on xenophobia and racism, both towards the women that they have in the country where they're coming from, and racism and xenophobia towards the women in the countries that they're going to, because basically they use and flatten entire cultures into one stereotype in order for them to say that they are better than the women back then. And I feel like that's just racism against racism. You are saying these women are based on, these women are better based on your preconceived notions. And I feel like that is harmful in and of itself. We shouldn't be promoting that. And it's just like, again, widespread xenophobia, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, can I respond for a second? No? Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you can, John.
Okay. It's funny. I kind of found it weird when he said we're just cherry picking the situation, and that's far from it. It's like this is a serious problem with your movement. Like, I don't like response like that. When every time someone in a certain movement does a heinous thing, it's always like, well, like I said before, it's not everybody, all of us, but that's the problem. Like, your movement looks bad because one of them let this shit happen. Like, come on, like, what are we talking about? Uh, and that's why I'm so stressful every time we have this topic. It's always the argument talking about, that's not everybody else. I'm just living the life and this that I have two wives. Like, no, come on, man. It's like, don't you at least want to call this out so that way, you can, what's the word I'm looking for? So that way you can let everybody, you can, no, no, never mind. I said what I had to say.
Yeah, it's cool if I address that.
Yeah.
No, all right.
You've still got your timer on. You've got another 2.5 minutes.
All right, sorry about that.
I think that's the thing. Like, I haven't seen this story about this man in particular. So what happened? Could you fill me in, Rennie? Or if Johnny had 3 apples, is that what you're saying? No, Johnny had someone to pick. Can you fill me in the story?
I don't know what the story is.
You don't know what the story is, no? Does anyone know? Apart from the guy
Give
that's
me like 2
waiting.
seconds.
Yeah.
I know.
Pretty, did I win an award here and I missed it? Was it for the most international tears?
Yes, so best international supporter. I also did nominate you for worst mod.
Fair.
But then there were a bunch of other people who it seemed like they all wanted to be nominated because they just kept coming up and doing all kinds of nonsense. Even during the awards show, Cerise couldn't figure out how to computer. So, so I was like, oh, you need to be on the list.
I'm so proud to be nominated. Thank you very much.
But you did win top international supporter. Okay, so let me tell you the story. So the story was that this guy, Floyd Wallace Jr., is a content creator. So you can actually look up his page still and watch some of his content. He essentially, so in this content right here, he spoke about he was in Brazil and he spoke about how the nice guys always finish last in the US. So that's why he went to Brazil to find a woman. His money goes so much further in Brazil. He's able to get whatever woman he wants in Brazil, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And now that we have a little bit more people in the room, I want to do a poll. And anyone who answered earlier, don't comment. But what do you think he called himself when he said that women here don't want him? Because women here don't want a certain type of men. What word do you think he called himself? Just ponder on it. And if you guys need a hint, I can.
Nice guy. No,
What?
something else?
You were here already.
Oh, sorry, darling. I'm so sorry. I didn't listen. King. A king as
she
well.
missed it. It's okay. Nice guy. Yeah, he called himself a nice guy. So I think it's hilarious that this man thinks he's a nice guy, which is why I've always professed nice guys do finish last and they should finish last. They deserve to finish last, right? Because what he did was he took I think it was, I can't remember the number of young girls, and this is where he's an idiot. He had them in an Uber where he does not speak the language. So the Uber driver, or their version of Uber, the taxi driver, was a little bit suspicious. And he starts asking the girls in Portuguese, hey, do you know where you're going? Do you know what's happening? They start, one second, feminist. They start questioning him, or questioning the little girls, like, are they okay? And of course, they're responding in Portuguese, like, I don't know where we're going. I don't know what's going on. Yada, yada, yada. Turns out he was trying to traffic these girls, right? And God knows if he's already done it before. But once that happened, of course, the Uber driver did not let the girls go and called the authorities, and he was arrested in his hotel room. So, and as you can see, he's built just like you thought he would be. Small shoulders, childbearing hips,
the archetype. Soft lineup, just everything you think he would be, right? The nice guy. So for me, when I saw that, it proved what I've always felt about them, because there's always something where, and somebody said it earlier, I've always wondered why, number one, anytime a guy professes that they're nice, immediate red flag. Like, so just like you said, Carter, anytime, just like that one Love is Blind show where he was like, I'm too fucking nice. I'm too nice. I'm too nice. Run for the hills when a man calls himself nice. I'm sorry. Like, I just think it's a red flag anytime I hear any guy say I'm a nice guy. I just don't like it. And I'll drop you down, Common. And then the next thing was how much he was whining about the grown women, right? And when they say certain things like, I want a woman who's pure, I want a woman who's untouched, I want a woman who's moldable, they're giving you all of the dog whistles that they're looking for children. I don't care what y'all say, but don't nobody call a grown woman moldable. No one should call a grown man moldable. We all know that we should be able to still learn until we unalive. Like, you never stop learning, right? And if you stop learning, in my opinion, you unalive. But you shouldn't be calling a grown adult moldable. That's weird. That should be odd for everybody to find out. And the word pure, even, those words are dog whistles that you're looking for children. You're simply looking for children. So, that's pretty much what happened in the situation. His name is Floyd Wallace Jr. You guys can look him up as well yourselves. It's quite an interesting story, and it's really interesting when you watch his content back then, and then you see what happened to him now, and you see how it's aged based on some of the things that he's been saying. And I could try to find someone. The panel's open. I'm going to get my laptop real quick and play one of the videos.
You know,
Yeah, I was looking if I can respond.
Yeah, you can.
All right, so the reason why I say this is cherry picking is because the Passport Bro is a large organization, right? And of course, we're gonna have a few bad apples, just like every organization, every movement has.
No, you don't have an organisation. No, it's just a term that's been made up to identify your predatory behaviour. It is not because you are in an organisation. There's not a chairperson and a board of directors and all that bullshit. So stop lying. And you've also been told to be quiet again.
Yes.
Sounds good.
No, shush. The subscribers are doing what the subscribers need to do, okay? I be loving when they get on double mutes and then they just rage quit. It's fantastic.
Exactly. Johnny, were you wanting to say something?
not really. I mean, I did saw a video. I saw the thumbnail, but I didn't check on it yet because I was too busy. And when I saw the thumbnail, I was like, I'm not surprised, you know. And also, he can say that it's a large organization that's just cherry picking or saying every organization. But that's the problem. Like, that's the problem. The more you ignore the situation, the worse the movement gets. Like, you can have a movement, right, and they'll say something racist, like that. Like, they have a little racist groups, like it's like, it's not a big deal. But as time goes by, that gets worse and worse and worse, and to the point where that movement sully itself, and that's the problem. Like, he might say that it's not all of us, but that shit can get worse as times goes by. The more you don't say anything, and that's the problem with certain moves. Where, like, just because it's a little bit doesn't mean it could get worse. And I have a problem with that. That means you're completely ignoring the problem when you say that.
Veggie, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Because somebody in the comments said that you're a kid. But you're 27?
Yeah, January 5th, 1999.
Thank you.
Problem.
Yeah, so we've clarified that. But it's not a. There's not an organisation with that Passport Bros are aligned with or in. They just have that term because they are purposefully trying to find wives or girlfriends abroad as part of sexual tourism.
Okay, I think I found it. Hold on, let me.
Maybe he is a CEO of his own organization, Passport Joe. Maybe he's local, you know. He has appointed.
Hold on, one second.
This is a big chance for the nice guys. All right, I'm gonna show you something. Did you know that the nice guys win in Thailand? They win in the Philippines. They win in Brazil. They win in Colombia. They win in DNR. They win in Switzerland. They win in Germany. They win in foreign countries where the modern day country, America, you don't win. You're too nice. You're boring. I need a bad boy. That's what they do in the modern day country. Right? In the foreign countries, you win as the nice guy. You come first. You come first in the foreign country. In the modern day country, in the States, you come last. And sometimes you don't even get to enter the race. So this is why the Passport Bros is better than Potato Girl. And you don't believe me? Well, you're lying, Floyd. You don't have a passport.
Ew.
I got a passport right here. No. This is a big chance for the nice guys. All right, I'm gonna show you something. Did you know that the nice guys win in Thailand? They win in the Philippines. They win in Brazil.
Don't he look exactly like you think he'd look?
He does. He looks vile.
I think
He's very
I think
sexually
I think he has,
frustrated.
He do
I
look
think he has
musty.
nice eyes, but I think he has nice eyes, but he doesn't see, he's lost the plot.
Nice
I
eyes?
feel like he
What?
1 second,
hang on,
let her
hang on,
finish.
let-
Let's.
you know how sometimes we say that men are unattractive because they don't put any effort into their looks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the reasons he's so sexually frustrated is because he's one of those men who has maybe, before you knew he was a P3dos, you would have thought, maybe he has nice eyes, but his personality obviously stinks, and that's why he had to go somewhere else in order to get and go after a child in order to get women or female, or what he would say is females, because obviously he doesn't see women or girls as people. So yeah. Not that, yeah.
I think his eyes look like voids.
First of all,
Void.
Johnny doesn't even like women, so I don't think your opinion counts.
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't even like them.
I don't like men.
We're leading, yeah,
Don't
men.
ever say that like
We're
women.
leading us astray.
Exactly.
Yeah, don't listen to her advice.
Yeah. The eyes look as if they are like two black holes that he would suck the life out of you like a Dementor, and you'd have to eat chocolate or do something happy afterwards because you'd be left shivering. That's what his eyes are giving me. But everything that he's saying is linked to that P3do culture.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the thing, that when we are seeing a lot of the men that are ultra conservative are the ones who often have that kind of they have that predatory nature where they are looking for that power and control because they don't get it, whether it's they're very short, whether it's they've got a shrimp D, whether they have, I don't know, smelly balls, all of the things, and they have to then appear and do things to harm women and children who are much more vulnerable. And as for some of the people in the comments, I just want to address that geeky guy who also got gamer guy who got dropped. Yeah, the guy up here, when we, in fact, I think it's Eminem, he's my biggest fan, or whatever his name is. Man M, yep, you, with this jelly spine. I'd called out Vijay, or whatever his name is, because he was saying that he has two women, one in China, one in Russia, and they don't know about each other. Lying to those women in any way is predatory. So you're agreeing with that predatory behaviour. That's why you always just come into the comments. What's that, sorry?
I just don't think he has women. I'm sorry. I don't think he has no 2 wives. I'm sorry. I just don't.
Well, yeah. It might just be OF
I never lied to them
relationships.
though. They just never asked me.
No, lying by omission. It's creepy. And
Hold
we're
on,
doing
what
it.
did you tell them though? What did you tell them? Do they even
Why,
know?
why would I tell them
He
if they
does
never
not
asked?
have wives. Why are we even like letting him sit here and gaslight us?
No, I'm just curious. It's like you say you had 2 wives in different countries, but then you're not gonna tell them. What happens if you tell them though?
If they ask me, then I'll tell them.
Wait, what? How they feel? They know they have another woman.
That's up to them.
Vigi, are you
responsibility.
white or black, man?
I'm not white or nor black.
So how can you I'm just wondering how you navigate America if you're a black man, how not America, Russia. How you navigate Russia if you're a black man?
I mean, Russia is really not that racist, so.
Oh wow, really? I am Russian, I know they are.
No, not really. Especially
They
Moscow.
are. They are.
No, Moscow's
They're even
pretty...
racist to their own people who look a little bit darker too. So what are you talking about?
Yeah, in
I
certain
know them
parts.
very well.
Yeah, in rural areas, but in Moscow, a
No,
major city,
no,
it's
even
not
in
like
Moscow.
that.
Guys, I do not do the interruption. Please, if you're gonna ask him a question, let him answer. And once you answer your question, get on mute so she can respond to you. But the whole over talking situation is really like. Somebody say I look extra short.
Asking if he really I wanted to know who he is and where he's from because everything seems like a lie to me.
I'm 27. My name is Tyrell. I go by Vig. The reason why I go by Vig is because I'm associated with a gambling agency. I won't really say the gambling agency, but a lot.
I don't care. Sorry, I don't care. Hey guys, can you go ahead and tap the screen? Can we get up to 30K? There's 109 people in the room. I truly appreciate you guys. We are only at 61 shares, so if we can please share out the live with a few people. And I'm not short. I am 5'4". Hey2 is a liar. That's why she lost all her awards at the award ceremony, and that's why you lost all your awards at the award. See, haters don't win. That's the thing. Haters don't win. They don't win. When y'all decide to be haters, you lose. That's why both of you guys lost. Real quick, John, let me get Mama in there because she has not spoken. But let's please tap the screen. Let's go ahead and support the panelists. If you enjoy what you're saying, everyone but Vig. Let's share out the live, please. Can we share out the live to somebody? I don't want to specifically honestly speak to Passport Bros, but this is one of those cases that when we kind of say things like leave, the part about me, like I'll tell him to leave, but then there's a part that I second guess what I'm saying because telling them to leave is quite literally implying that I want you to go over there and victimize those women because at least it's not us, right? At least you're not doing it to us. You're victimizing them, not us. I also don't want that because globally, these men are problematic, and I love that other countries are responding to them in such a strong way where other countries are restricting their ability to travel there. Other countries they're really cracking down on them because of the damage that they're causing in their countries, from STDs to sexual violence on not just children but on adults, and of course leaving children in those countries unprotected without child support. So there's all types of stuff that they're doing all over the world where other countries are responding. But I want to be careful when I say go ahead and leave. And I promise you, it's not because we want you to stay. I actually would rather most of y'all end up under a prison cell. That's what I would love for you, so you can hang out with each other and maybe, create some kind of bond there as you guys complain about Black American women or Western women overall. I really would like for y'all to make those connections, but I want you guys to leave women alone. Go ahead, Mama.
All right, good morning. I've just been listening in on the conversation, and I 100% agree with everything that you guys have been saying. I think the entire basis of the Passport Bros is predatory. They always go to what I've noticed too is they always go to countries that are underdeveloped, and they try to mask it as, the women are more submissive, they're more domesticated, but it's all predatory in nature. They never go to countries maybe even in Europe, maybe even in some places in Africa, they're always going to places where they know that there's going to be some weird power imbalance with the women there. And then they also complain about American women as being gold diggers or users, whatever the case is. But then they go to countries where they know that the woman will likely also have to be more financially dependent on them. So it's not necessarily about, well, one, their money does go a little bit longer in those places too. But again, it all boils down to predatory in nature, and then also the power imbalance that they know they're going to have over these women. And that's why at the end of the day, they're just losers. They're, like they said earlier, they always have a specific look to them, always look dusty, always look unkept. And they know that a lot of times, one, American women aren't really going for that because we don't necessarily have to. And the women over there aren't really going for them either. They just know that they have something that they want, which is access to money and then also access to first world. And that's really it.
I agree. And I'd like to bring it real onto TikTok for a second. So there's a guy who rolled around with Passport Bro, the infamous Passport Bro, for a while. This man, this is how you know when they speak to us, what they're doing is negging, right? A lot of these men who claim to be passport bros don't actually have passports. And if they do, they don't have the money to travel. What they want to do is prey on women. They want to prey on our insecurities and our desire to be picked and our male centeredness. And when I say picked, I don't mean picked as if I want to date you. I mean picked as though I want the masses to think I'm desirable. I want the masses to desire me. I'm not saying all women feel that way, but we've been ingrained to feel that way. We've been ingrained to want to be desired by the public because that is obviously our value. So what I see them do is, so this one guy, because I refuse to say his name in 2026, he rolled around with Passport for the longest. He spoke highly about, oh, I want a European African woman. I want an African woman. I don't want you Black American baby mamas. I don't want y'all women in America. I want an African woman, da-da-da. He posts up all types of very beautiful women who probably he never got access to from Ethiopia, Nigeria, Ghana, like just these beautiful women who, he just, this is the woman that I'm taking a picture with. The women always clearly look uncomfortable, right? So he kept doing this and doing this and doing this, while at the same time using him pedestalizing these other women to neg Black American women, to lowering their standards so he could reach them. Because while he was talking about baby moms, he was a baby daddy, right? While he was talking about them being uneducated, he was also uneducated. It's just, he was everything he was talking about. And would you believe me, I saw the entire thing happen. That he finally got one woman, and I saw the negging happen in real time. I saw him literally making her lower her standards until he got her. A Black American woman. And she was a baby mama. So after all this time of running around this app, talking about don't want Black American women, don't want baby mothers, you finally get one to fall for your crap. And I saw it in real time. I was like, this is quite literally slow roasting someone into submitting to you. Like, you're slow roasting somebody into getting access. So sometimes it's not about them actually wanting to go overseas. It is about them wanting Black women or women in America to feel so undesirable that we become desperate for their attention, affection, and approval. So it's a two-part thing, right? It's a two-part thing. And what you start to notice is that a lot of these guys are not practicing what they preach. You think about people like No Fugazi, right? No Fugazi, who gets online and talks smack about Black American women baby mothers, and his wife is a white 3 times baby mother. I'm sorry, she's a 2-time, and they now had their 3rd child together. You think about Andrew Wilson, who does the same thing. He married a 3-time baby mother. Like, these men, when it comes to like the crap that they're saying, like versus how they actually live, it lets you know that they get online to neg women simply so they can gain access to those women when the women are worn down.
Yeah, and also to basically get paid, by men who send them gifts and everything. It's like a money-making machine. Behind the scenes, they're living a life where they actually are submissive husbands.
Yep.
And then the things that they complain when it comes to Black American women and trying to use other Black women from different diasporas, it doesn't make any sense. Because as a Nigerian woman, because I was born in Nigeria, raised in the States, but I was born in Nigeria. Nigerian women have probably some of the highest standards I've ever seen. So whenever they come and try to say, oh, be more like them, a Nigerian woman would not go for half of the things that a lot of these men walk around and are. You know, I've never seen a Nigerian woman that would ever talk about 50-50, be with the man that has multiple, like, it doesn't make any sense. So I never really understood why they try to minimize Black American women by saying that, you know, they need to be more like African, because a lot of African women would never go for half of the things that these men walk around and say. You know, so that part doesn't really make any sense to me. And a lot of these men, they never really evolved to actually be better for themselves. Like you said, they want the woman's sense of self-worth to literally be at zero in order to finally just accept them instead of them rising up to the occasion and just being a better person. Very unfortunate.
Exactly.
Okay.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
And
Also,
also,
just
1 second.
just
Let's let Cha-Cha. Go ahead, Cha-Cha.
I just wanted to kind of add to Miles in the comments. A lot of the comments, Pretty, are actually going to the filter part. But Miles in the comments was asking, you know, also men who have a passport or passport bros. That's not it. You're missing the entire point. And it seemed like you're just trying to get attention in the comments. We're talking about the predatory men, the men that go to countries that are still developing and have a poor economic status for a lot of young women and children, and they're having to perhaps go into the SW work, SMEX work, or they're forced into it, or they're trafficked into it, or they're coerced into it. And men from the, you know, the developed countries in the US, the UK, Australia, or wherever, will go to those countries purposefully for SMEX tourism, which is to try and take advantage of vulnerable young women. So that's what we're talking about. It's not about having a passport and traveling the world to go and sightsee. These men are particularly targeting young, very young women, often, you know, barely out of high school if they've even got there. That's who we're talking about. So there's a very clear distinction about what we're saying. We're talking about predatory men. And if you Google the man on the prompt, you see his name, Floyd Wallace, you can find out how he was arrested in Brazil for SMEX tourism or SMEX trafficking. So if you don't understand the difference, then stop asking for free labour in these comments. It's really frustrating. Veggie, and then we'll go to IJ Feminist.
Yeah. The reason why Nigerian women are different from American women is because, one, Nigerian women are raised with respect. They're raised with fathers in their homes. You know what I mean?
No, we're not doing that. You don't get to tell
Nigerian
us.
women would cuss you clean out. Shut up.
They're raised with fathers.
To cuss him out if you need it.
Oh, I love it. Thank you, IG. You can go. IG Feminist.
Yeah, and it's not the the thing is so funny. You leave your country because you say, oh, the women there are gold diggers, right? And then you go to other countries and flash your money. So what sense does that make? Like, do these people think at all? You leave your country, oh, the women there are gold diggers, they want our money. And then the reason you are going to other countries is because you know the power of your dollar is going to be higher in those countries that you are going to. So what sense does that make? Yeah, so like it clearly shows that these people don't think much. Because, and then this one that is saying Nigerian women are raised with, listen, this guy on this thing, he looks dusty. Hardly any Nigerian woman is going to look at him and be like, oh yeah, come. Nigerian women are, yes, we are many things, but let me tell you one thing we are very conscious of how people look. If you look dusty and you are coming with your money, they will take your money and leave you. Same way it will happen in any other country in the world. The issue is that because you are now being asked to do something beyond money, this is why they are failing everywhere. Like, you're not going to come here, hair uncombed, looking like you haven't showered, and you think because you have left your country and you're an American. And the funny thing is they come with the same dumb white supremacist stuff that happens in America, and they bring it to these other countries. So you are coming here with the same dumb white supremacist ideas about black people in general, about Africans in general. So, like, no, you're not. They will take your money and still you'll be done. Like, and they can smell you a mile away because you are not the only one doing it. There are Nigerian men who are doing the same thing, leading with their pockets, and they get taken and left. Same thing will happen to you.
Oh my
Thank you.
gosh. One second. My manifestation has been on point this year, y'all. I cannot believe that worked out so perfectly. Thank you, IJ. I can't believe that worked out like that. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Go ahead, Chacha.
Can we keep getting the taps up? We're nearly at 30k, so a couple of power taps. And then we are going to
Say something,
Lady.
darling, before I
Yeah?
leave. Chacha, can I say
Yeah, that,
something?
of course you
Okay.
can. Then we're going to Lady.
Yeah. So speaking about tourism to Russia, yeah, because I know a lot of men also come from South Africa, from different, like from Italy and different countries, America, to Russia. Yes, indeed, women, because of the situation in the country, because so many men are unalived in the war, they are indeed in need for men. Yeah, they have this power in imbalance, and what I see that men, they're using these opportunities, they're using these, problematic situations for their gain. It's not because they love these Russian women. No, they say, oh, you're most beautiful women. They don't even think that. All they do is just use vulnerability of our women, because our women, they left alone. They don't have nobody to rely on, and they look for some dusties now. I'm ashamed, to be honest. Women, stop doing that. You better be alone when with the dusty. You better go and do your career. That's why I respect American women. They rather go and educate themselves, get the degree, and make it in life than looking for a dusty man who will give them a little penny. Russian women, you need to do better, okay?
Thanks, feminist. Now we're going to go to Lady. Hi, Lady.
Hello, can everybody hear
Hi.
me?
Yep, we can.
Okay, great. So here's my take. First of all, I'm getting ready to work, so you might hear me a little bit fuzzy. But I feel like these passport bros end up wasting more money than they actually would waste in their own home country in a woman, because it's ridiculous. Because they know that Western women are not necessarily like very relying on men for like money and so, right? Like us Western women, or well, at least women who live in the Western, they tend to like, they have their jobs, they have their degrees, so they're not completely relying on a man, right? So this man go to different country, all they have to lead with is, I can get you a citizenship in another country and I have money. So they end up wasting more money in these women than they actually would in their home country. So to me, it's not really making sense. And then, also, for example, I live in Sweden, and there is a lot of Asian women here, like young, very beautiful Asian women, and they're together with this older man, right? And they usually go to like a poor country. For example, I don't want to bash Thai women, because I understand the situation. But in Sweden, it's very popular to travel to Thailand for vacation. It's very cheap for us, so a lot of us go to Thailand like for vacation. And a lot of these older men, right, they tend to marry Thai women and bring them back here to Sweden, and 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 they're like, yeah, they're like much more better, they're more submissive, because Sweden is a very, very like feminist country. Like the women here are literally like 50-50. They don't expect men to take care of them. So they go for the Thai women because they can cook, they can clean, they could take good care of them. But in reality, it's because they're using them, and they think that these Thai women are actually being genuine. And it's like, I highly doubt they're being genuine, like genuinely, like actually love you when you're so much more older than they are. They're just using you for citizenship and for a better life. But of course, this man believed the lie, of course, and be like, yeah, Thai women are much more better than Swedish women, because Swedish women, they're very feminist, and all of that thing. So that's my take. That's my take.
I like that because I love hearing from women in other parts of the country. And I definitely love for you to stay up here because I love that we have somebody from Sweden and Nigeria up on the panel to combat some of this. And I do actually want to hear what Vig has to say about what IJ said, because you just tried it and then it failed. So how in 2026 do you feel about your failures so early into the year?
Yeah, what I just said is a known issue in Nigeria that a lot of men, even Nigerian men, that are escaping from. Right? I think what IJ has is a toxic and poisonous and a parasite mentality that she's going to spread onto other.
No, you don't get to speak to people like that when you are lying to a minimum of 2 women internationally, and God forbid everyone else about who you have. Women who have their own mind are why you have to go abroad to have any access to women.
Did you use your mute in the comments?
Did I use it in the comments?
Yeah.
No, a lot of the comments are going through the filter. Who did I mute? I thought you muted Vitia. I muted him because he was trying to go for IJ feminist. Yeah, that he tried to say that there was a problem with IJ because she was assertive and spoke her mind and clearly stated that Nigerian women have standards, and he didn't like that, so he tried to come for her, and that's why I muted him. Because you don't get to do that with intelligent women on this panel when you have brought nothing, not even your own face, to the panel. You've brought nothing but lies and make-believe, and you're lying to women on a regular basis. So that's why you got muted. Certify, it's your turn. Hi, hello ladies. I don't know much about the story on the...
Give me just 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
I did ask for him to respond though. So I wanted him to respond, and then I did want IJ to get a chance to respond back to him.
My bad. Sorry, Certify.
No worries. Yeah, he was speaking directly on her culture, and I do want here in 4K between 116 people for us to hear how these passport bros attempt to use other cultures to triangulate against Western culture, and what people who are from those cultures actually have to say. Because I want to point this out, y'all. This is how the whole FBA versus diaspora wars happens. I'm telling you, this is how the FBA versus diaspora stuff happens. These men triangulate women against other women, and then they don't listen to the actual stories of women from those countries. They create what they think stereotype what all African women are like, even though there's 54 countries, and within every country there's all types of subsets of tribes and cultures. They literally paint everybody to be the same in order to try to say, look at these African women, Black American women. And then a lot of Black American women fall for it, and they start shit talking the African women. And then the African women start shit talking the Black American women. And then it becomes this back and forth. And this is how it happens. These men are spreading propaganda and lies and triangulating cultures of women against each other. So I think it is important that we hear exactly what they do, and actually we are able to combat it. Because I did not expect IJ to come up here. I was going to do it I was going to just speak on behalf. But the fact that she's here, I think we should hear her speak.
I don't agree with IJ's
Fake me,
philosophy.
Negro. Go ahead.
I don't agree with IJ's philosophy, nor do I advocate for any type of women to pursue in those type of, you know, roads. Um, I think that leads into a toxic environment and no need for the man to be in a relationship, which is just a dangerous thing that we see in America. Secondly, is that Nigerian men are even leaving Nigerian women because of that mindset she has. And this is all stated by facts that you can see. That philosophy is taking over that country, and you're seeing more those Nigerian men coming to, you know, Thailand, China, these type of traditional states in order to have those type of ideas and ideology. That's all I gotta say. IJ, I really do hope you do heal and that you're able to prosper and overcome this type of sickness. Thank you.
So first of all, you started with saying, oh, where the passport bros are going for the Nigerian women because the Nigerian women are better because they are mostly in two parents' homes, they have their fathers in the homes, blah blah blah. And now when I countered that, it turns out that actually the Nigerian men are leaving the Nigerian women and are going to look for other people. Which is it? It can't be both.
Yeah,
It's
two,
either the
two,
no,
two.
listen, I didn't interrupt you. It cannot be both. The problem that you people have is that you say these things in public where there are people who can counter it. You are saying there's facts. What's the fact? The fact is that most Nigerian men are still marrying Nigerian women. That's the fact. If there's 2% or 5% or 10%, it doesn't mean that now Nigerian men are running and going somewhere else to marry other people. That's not what's happening. You are saying that that's what's happening because that's what favors your rhetoric, right? But the funny thing about it is that you people are not particularly special. Let me tell you, Nigerian men abroad do the same thing, right? They go back to Nigeria, go to the villages, go and marry some young girl because they think, oh, not even the American women, they think the Nigerian women in America are too wild, they are too feminist, they are too independent. They go home, go to the villages, do the same thing that the passport bros are doing, but in their own countries, right? They go to those places, bring the girls from the villages, bring them to America, you know, put them through school, train them as nurses. Do you know what happens? Those women still leave them because they come with the same energy that the passport bros take to other countries. Oh, I have money and now I've done this for you, now you belong to me. And the women are like, no, I'm my own person, that you spent money to train me or put me in school or whatever doesn't mean that I now belong to you. And what has happened? Some of them unalive those women, or some of them come on social media and cry, or go to Nigerian communities and cry about how, oh, the women, once you bring them, they become terrible, and all of this and all of that. So you are not special. There's nothing brand new that you are doing. And saying is a philosophy. I wasn't talking about any philosophy. You said something and I countered what you said. You are claiming it's facts. Where are the facts? Is there research? Is there a study you are referencing? Like, you can't just say things and expect that those things are true. What am I healing from? I'm healing. I'm very healed. I'm not the one going to someone else's country to go and try to take advantage of people who I believe are beneath me because I have more money. That's the only reason you are doing it. Because you feel that you are financially better than those people, or because you feel that your passport or your nationality gives you something above those people. That's the only reason you are doing it. That's it. So you've not said anything special. You are not special because the other men like you, both Nigerian, both non-Nigerian, who are doing it, are getting the same consequence. You do it, the women come out of it, and they say, okay, no, I don't want that anymore. And you people start crying. That's it. Finish.
Yeah,
Thank
IJ,
you.
Two things.
No. We're not gonna let you respond. We have 3 new people on the panel. Certified, Frank, and then Tam.
Okay. Good morning, ladies. I just wanted to tap in because I don't really know what happened with this story on the prompt, but I will say this, right? Is that when these passport bros are going into Latin American countries and bashing their own women in America, it's almost like one is allowed to do something and the other one is not allowed to do. Like they'll say, Latinas are spicy, but then they'll say Black American women have an attitude, or Black American women are chasing after money, but then they like to come to La Isla and go with the biggest chapeadora. That's literally the word that we have for women that are using men for money, or if you're a man using a woman for money, swanky panky. Like for me, it's so confusing. And like they always talking about Latinas as if there's no Black Latinas, and that for me has always been the weirdest thing ever. And my experience with them personally is they drive my cooters up, right? When they say, "Oh, you're Black, but you're not black. Like what is that supposed to mean? A lot of Latinas, there's a lot of Black American women that look just like us. The only thing that's different is language and culture, but really, like, we're all Black women. So for me, I tell them straight up, like, you're not going to fetish me because of my ethnicity and then talk down about Black women when I am a Black woman. Like the same thing, y'all go through colorism. We got mejor la raza, it's the same similar thing. And I just wanted to put it out there that, they like to say, oh, well, dudes just come to the DR just to have smecks with prostitutes, right? That's not true. A lot of those men actually marry these women off the island and bring them to the States. And Dominican women in particular are race loyal. So if they do marry you, it's only going to be till they get what they need, and then they're going to go back to a Dominican man. Like, how are you going to talk about Black women? And these women are actually way worse and could hurt you way worse, honestly. And when y'all go to Colombia, right, y'all need to be very careful because I'm hearing some countries are retaliating against passport bros. You're coming on an airplane and you're leaving in a body bag because you're going to these places and you're disrespecting the locals. You're disrespecting people's businesses. You're touching on kids. It's really just disgusting. And I like the fact that the host brought up this FBA thing because I say it's funny. They try to triangulate women, and then they also want to be, how do you say, xenophobic towards other people in the diaspora. But these are the same guys
They
that
want to throw
complain.
away the immigrant men and keep the immigrant women. Like that's literally what the talking points sound like. You want the immigrant
Yeah.
woman, but you want to throw away the immigrant men. It don't make no sense. But yeah, good.
And I heard that the movement, I've been seeing a lot of panels, they're saying that the movement isn't very inclusive of FBA women and children. And now that you brought that up, it makes a lot of sense to me. And I always tell the FBAs, it's funny, you're xenophobic towards all these groups, but you can't leave your eggplant in your own community. Like, if you really hate these groups, you should leave your eggplant in your own community and be race loyal to your women, and prioritize your children. That's always my talking point because I don't have any problem with Black American women. I think that they are very beautiful. I don't see what's wrong with them. They're actually, the whole world admires their beauty and strength. You know what I mean? And to be talking down about them is crazy. And I'm sorry I sound nasally because I'm a little sick, but there's this guy, Passport Bro. I think the post was talking about that he's on this app promoting women. He has like a live stream and he tells these Black American men to go to Ethiopia to find a wife. That's very, very like cringe. Like he has like a wife or something. I think she's underage, or he wrote a song about being with an underage woman. Like, it's one
Also
thing to
promotes being with 16-year-olds. Yep, Passport Bro, Charles Brooks.
yeah. I think that's who you were talking about. I've been on panels with him and he's creepy. He's very creepy. It's just weird to me. It's all very weird to me. I think we as women, we got to stay on code and not let them triangulate us And we need to defend Black American women, because every time somebody goes with one of them, it further enhances all the stereotypes and all the nasty things that they have to say. It's not a flex to get with a passport, bro. That's actually a downgrade. And I call it out. I know that not every Dominican or Ethiopian woman is gonna do it, but me, I'm gonna do it because somewhere the line has to stop. Y'all going into Japan, y'all messing with these Japanese women. Everybody is sick of y'all, really sick, and I can't wait till like these governments like actually put it into law for you guys to stop coming. Real shit. I land my plane there. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna drop because I'm not feeling well. Beautiful.
I just want to say thank you so much. And I'm loving the diaspora on this panel, okay? We have Scotland, we have the UK, we have Sweden, we have Nigeria, we have the Dominican Republic, we got Jamaica. And somehow all these women are saying, y'all niggas ain't shit. I'm sorry. It's crazy. Like, I think this is so funny. I love this for us. Anyway, all right. So let's get to Tam, and then we're going to get to Lady.
My bad. I actually didn't mean to request up, but while I'm up here, I'm Black American. I'm from down the street. I love it too. I love that y'all are making ass cheeks clench in here. Great Fate is still trying to convince us that he is not homeless in the chat. We got little V Jitty or whatever his name is, has never left his parents' driveway, doesn't even own a passport. I love how y'all are making these niggas quake. In the meantime, can y'all go ahead and double tap, please? I don't like where these likes have stopped at. If we can get to 50K, I'd greatly appreciate it. Also, I'm gonna end there. Because we're starting to make a lot. We're making a lot of the passport Negroes want to be aspiring passport Negroes, but they still got to raise that. What is it, 150 now to get the passport? To get out of the country. If you could spare some change for some of these Negroes, help them out in some way, shape, or form. A lot of them haven't eaten. Much like IJ said, a lot of them haven't bathed, brushed their teeth. They haven't done none of that shit, and we know they're unemployed. But thank y'all for double tapping. If you want to request up, come up. Keep it cute, because I'm gonna mute you from the comments. Also, cha friend, stop giving these Negroes any attention. If they really want to come up and talk their shit, make them request up. Otherwise, ignore they bitch asses. Y'all have a good day. I'm going to my career.
I love to tussle. That's the thing. Like, they can kiss my ass all the way here in Scotland, but they
We're
can't
also
because they don't have a fucking
nominated for
passport.
Best Roaster.
Nah.
You were also nominated for Best Roaster. That was good.
Thank you. I do like to roast them all. Do you know what it's like? It just gets my gets me happy. Anyway, sorry. Who's next? Lady, and then wait a minute. Oh yeah, it's Lady next. Sorry
It was
about
on
that. I was
Lady.
wondering. It's all changed over. I can't cope.
Hello. Yeah, ladies, I agree with you guys. Like, I love being mean to them too because they don't really understand. Like, I work in the hotel industry, okay? Like, I work at the reception. I'm a supervisor. And I see, like, we see a lot of things that people think that we don't see. We're more observant than people think we are. And every time, like, we have, like, guys from, like, different countries, right? This is not just, like, passport bros. This could be, like, I don't know. Anyways, guys, like a group of guys, they come to Sweden and they're like, yeah, like where can I see some Swedish girls? And I literally just look at them like, they're like, yeah, we're trying to get some Swedish girls. Not knowing that the Swedish girls, like I said, they're very feminist. They'll sleep with you for the night and then they're out. They're not gonna contact you. They will send you home, in fact. Like, they take you home after the club and they gonna tell you after you've done the deed, they're gonna throw you out.
That sounds amazing.
And it's like, to them, it's like, yeah, I'm trying to be with a Swedish girl. I'm trying to meet, they're very beautiful. Yeah, they're very beautiful. I agree with you. Like, but they don't want to be with you. That what kind of way that you think they want to be with you. But but yes. Anyways, there's a lot of passport bros. I also see like Americans coming here, and they're like, "Yeah, I'm trying to find like a Swedish woman to get married to." There was this instance once of a man who came here for like 30 days because I saw that his reservation was 30 days, and I was like, "Why are you staying here for 30 days?" Like, and he goes like, "Yeah, I kind of flew out here because like I'm tired, of American women. It's like they just want my money, and I'm here like to Sweden because I've heard Swedish women they're like 50-50. They're not, they just don't want my money in that kind of way as like American women." And I just like, okay, like Swedish women are very like independent. They're not relying on a man. So he came all the way here because he heard that Swedish women, don't rely on a man. So for him, it was bad, like on a man for money, or on a man for anything. To be honest with you, and so that's the reason why he came all the way from America to Sweden to try to find a Swedish woman. And to me, it was just really every day I had every day I met him
Lady,
at the lobby. Yeah,
lady, we're going to move on because we've got new people on the panel. If that's okay, love.
yeah, of course.
Thank you very much. Was it Dominus or Goop? Goop, I think it was. Then Dominus, then Common.
Hello.
Hi.
I just want to give y'all flowers. Like, this has been very refreshing. I've gotten a perspective that I've never like heard before. And this is a dope conversation. That Vigi guy, he was just trolling. He was rage baiting. You guys know that, right? Like there's no way those are serious talking points. And it's like, I don't know. We live in a sick world. A very sick world. That's about it. I don't have my passport, but this makes me not want to get my passport because I don't want to be viewed like that.
No, get your passport. Get your passport.
Like, I don't want to go to a different country and then mistakenly get categorized for one of these guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck?
The thing is, there's loads of women that are willing to, have sex with men in every country. It's just men who are respectful. That's the bottom line of it, and every country's okay with that. What we're talking about, though, is people that are purposefully going specifically for young, vulnerable women and girls. That's the men that we're talking about.
Yeah.
So going on holiday, planning to have a fun time where it's two consensual adults, different one every night, that's fine. These men are going there purposefully to be harmful to young women. In order to have that level of power and control. So nobody's saying that people shouldn't go abroad and have sex. Of course you should. It should just be an adult that's within your age range, and that they're not vulnerable, or there's an expectation that money will exchange hands. They might say expect a night out paid for them, which is fair. But that's absolutely fine. But we're talking about specific men who are doing this to harm and to have access to young women and children.
And you know
that's
what?
The problem.
You're 100% right. Because if that's happening right here in America, and if that's happening in America, why the fuck would it not be happening around the world? You know what I'm saying? That's common sense.
In every country.
Yeah, that's common sense. Yeah.
There's loads of YT men of every race actually that are travelling to vulnerable places in order to try and get women and girls.
This what fat ugly women say for excuses when men.
Sonny, I'm fat, love. We all know this. You look like a fucking thumb.
Not a thumb.
Did you see that? Look at that thumb.
It's always the Mucinex boogers that be talking the most crap. The Mucinex boogers be,
I can't unsee it. He does look like
that was a good one.
He's saying it's a hippo violation. Or no, it's just hippo. I'm the size of a hip. Aye, do you know what? That's fine, but at least I don't look like fucking Uncle Fester. Look at you. Thumb arsed. Sorry about that. Sorry. Back to the
But I just
regular
want to
schedule
say this
programming.
is like one of those panels, like a feminist panel. But I don't feel like you guys hate men, and I just want to say that's
Some of us do. Some of
yeah.
us do.
It
Yeah.
don't come
They
off like
do.
it don't come off like you guys are generalizing. You guys are going after a specific.
No.
Yeah, you guys are talking about the passport bros, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about
I
passport
feel
bros.
you,
Yeah,
bro.
That's the topic.
yeah. So like, it's a specific nuance.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Is that the
if
right
you come
word?
back, yeah. But if you come back
Hello,
another day, it
hello,
might be different. But we
hello.
appreciate. Oh my gosh, what is happening?
Some of us do.
Yeah,
Nah,
some of us do.
because
Is
sometimes I'll observe. I'm like, damn, they're going at all of us.
yeah.
But
So what were
I
they
don't
Goop?
agree with none of that shit. I look at that shit like it's goofy too.
But Goop,
You
see
know,
when you've had it
But are you
day in, day out.
benefiting from it in some way? That's the issue. It might be goofy to you, but are you benefiting from those things happening in some way?
true. That's
So
yeah. You're right.
that's
You're
it.
100% right. You're 100% right. That's why it's important for the people who disagree with it to not be just a bystander. You know what I'm saying?
Yep,
If you see something wrong and it don't sit right in your stomach, you got to speak up.
I agree.
Goop, how
All right,
old are
let's move.
you? If
Let's
I'm
1 second. Listen, let's move around the panel. We have like literally 5 new people on the panel. So was it Dominus or was it you next, Common?
It was
Um,
Dominus and then it's
Okay,
FGT.
and then it's
And
you.
yeah. If there's somebody else that's wanting to come on the panel, I can drop down into the comments. So
We're
I'll
good.
just
We're good for
okay.
now. Dominus, go ahead.
yeah. So, what I wanted to say about the passport bros is, they wasting they time and they money, man. If you're tired of dating American women, lots of women immigrate to America already. And they're not like poor, and they're not from like ghettos. They come here for like education, so they have employment and everything. So you don't need to.
1 second, y'all. Remember it only goes from people with the thing. Go ahead, Dominus. If
Yeah,
a
if you're
super
looking,
fan has food, send it.
if you're just sick of American dating culture, which a lot of people are, men and women, you can just date people that are from a different cultures. Like they they'll immigrate here and they'll be open to date and they won't act.
You've been asked to ponder a while, so you cannot respond for 5 minutes, Dominus, and we're going to go to FGT. Everybody keep tapping. Can we get to 50k? FGT, your turn. FGT. FGT.
Can you hear me?
Aye, I
Can you
can
hear
hear
me?
you.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm actually here to be educated. Why don't you educate me on the topic?
No.
Hello, hello. Passport bros are pedos, and why do y'all think that is true? I've only heard a few cases, and those few, I think, were in Colombia
They got
somewhere.
FBA in their name. They probably in here just to report the lie.
Hello. Say again. Are you talking to me? Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, finish up, guys. Let him.
Yeah,
Y'all
yeah.
need to let him land.
Yeah, because I've been living overseas for about 26 years now. And my reason for leaving the US
I didn't
was
hear what you
not
said,
for,
pretty.
I said I've been living overseas for about 26 years now, overseas in another foreign country. And my reason for leaving America, it wasn't for women. I mean, I never had a problem with women at all in America. So my thing was more so was work, making money, and learning about different cultures. So this it's interesting. This whole passport bro thing, even a term. How new is that? I think it's about maybe 5 years old, 6 years old. And it's so interesting. White males been traveling the world for thousand years, going to countries and turning men, women, children, and boys out. But it seems like when Black American men go out and venture out and explore, and of course, I don't agree with the whole. I don't go to poor countries. That's my. I've seen too many movies growing up where people go to these Asian countries with money.
I seen the ponder in the comments with the love heart next to it. No, that's there. By Layla,
Yeah,
84.
it doesn't have the.
The
Okay,
heart
so
next to it.
I'm gonna have to show a picture. Let me go to.
Like the wee heart with a 1 on it.
No, it has to have yeah, like you see Silver's, how it has the little like
Let me
halo
see.
around the heart and it says super fan. That's how you know.
Oh, right, okay. My bad. Sorry about that, Layla.
Did y'all
I
hear
can't remove it from the
FGT
normal fan
talking?
club. I can't remove it from the regular fan club, guys, because when everything changed over from it being subscriber to fans, everyone has access to all the stickers. So the subscribers have a halo around the heart, and so that specific skip feature is for
I see it now. I
Well,
see it
I
now. I was just
don't. Do
looking
you
at the
click
wee
on
heart.
people's name to see it?
No, you have it.
But how do you see it on
Right, so
others?
if we look at Leslie's, right, and we look at
So
Brit,
make a
because,
yeah.
yeah, Leslie has a halo around it. I see it now. And Brit has a heart, but doesn't have a halo around it. But it's hard to see, because I was just looking at the heart part at first. But if you look at Leslie and Brit,
I feel like maybe down in the comments where it says no.
Yeah. I was missing
not on
it.
the panel.
Yes, I was missing that too. I was looking at the heart, but I see the difference now. But it was hard to notice at first.
Wait, I still don't see it. I don't know. Did y'all hear FGT talking?
He was talking and I muted him because I thought it was somebody who had the super fan, but it wasn't.
Yeah. I can't hear him talking at all.
She
Just so
got
y'all
it just
know.
to do it. It might be you because we
Oh,
heard
Layla
him.
does. Look, Layla's got the thing now.
Okay, so I see Leslie, and next to her name is a brown box with a heart next to it, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything at all. It
Yeah,
was
we
all
didn't hear
audio.
FGT. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. It was just
Oh,
silent.
I could hear him.
You didn't miss anything. You didn't miss much.
I heard him.
That's why I seen FBA in his name, so I thought, oh, he's just on here to troll.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think I'm mixed
So
up.
it's just you
I
guys.
heard nothing.
Yeah, you are.
A lot of us heard him, so only some of us didn't. Yeah, there's a lot of us who heard it, and then maybe you guys didn't hear, but we heard. I heard. So
Thank
maybe
you,
guys
Layla,
need to drop and come back.
for becoming a super fan just to prove me right. Sorry. But yeah, it's now we're on to common sense. Thank you. So FGT, you'll stay on mute for the next 4 minutes, and common sense. Thank you.
I heard it all on the way in. First of all, I just want to say thank you for having me. Passport bros are pedos. Yeah. We all know, unless you are here to try to be a contrarian and try to argue in bad faith, we know that a lot of third world countries that are frequently visited by Westerners are hotbeds for pedophilia, for sexual assault, and for sexual exploitation of young children. And a lot of our men are overseas doing that. So I hate when people try to come in and try and act like as if they don't understand all of this. I'm more interested not into, is it happening? Because we should already know that by now. You can check FBI, you can check Interpol rates, domestic rates on this. I mean, the Philippines is literally suing the U.S. for child support as a country because of how many men went over there in the military and left and abandoned women, had children by women and left them. So, I mean, we got to stop. There's entire ethnicities of children who are mixed race, who do not have fathers because men of other races went to those countries and preyed upon the women or went into sexual tourism with them and left kids without fathers. So we got to stop. Like, I'm more interested now to shift in the conversation as to why the men do this, like the psychology behind passport bros. I think that's where we can get the most bang for our buck, because when we look into that, we can start to dig deeply into how a lot of men are responding to rejection. We can start looking at, how people are socialized, even in elementary school. You always have some of those kids who felt like they were rejected, they were odd man out, and what that does to personality types. And in some cases, and we tend to see it in a lot more in men when they're socialized culturally with this entitlement to women, and it just doesn't pan out in society. Some men deal with rejection fine. They move on. They meet other people. Other men, it turns inward and it festers. And it says, like, okay, these group of women, these American women with all their crazy standards, and then the standards aren't crazy. They don't want me. They don't like me. So I am going to try and leverage my American passport, my resources, to go and take advantage or exploit someone however I can. Now you can do that via age. They're constantly looking for younger, because they're trying to find someone they can impress, someone they can actually exert some type of control over. You also hear these men obsessed with submission. Psychologically, that should ring some bells. It's like, oh, control. They are desperate for control. And those men who are the rejects that we grew up, the ones that always gave us the ick, they're going to try and get that control by any means necessary. Those are the dudes that you see turning really just freaked out. Those are the dudes who are going overseas, looking at children, and they get younger and younger because whatever social deficits they have that made them just not even an option for women in their own age group, it doesn't stop. And so they need to go younger and younger to try to impress somebody. Like a poor, hungry, high schooler is going to be more impressed with a grown man working at Amazon and his paycheck because she's hungry. Or a woman who is economically challenged or having some issues, of course she's going to be impressed because she is in survival mode. And so that's really what's the mechanism behind a lot of this. I'm a land.
Thank you. Is it Silver and then Wife Mum? Yes.
Gotcha. Hi, everybody. Hey, Cha-Cha
Hi,
again.
Silver. Hi.
All right. So obviously I agree with everybody about the passport bros. Like, if you call yourself a passport bro and to goop, right? It's okay to have a passport. Like, nobody wants y'all to stop traveling and having a full life. You know what I mean? I have a passport. I'm not going over there to screw children. You know what I mean? I'm actually going to learn about the culture and, experience new things and see new lands and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Probably find a new home. I don't know. This place is getting weird, but not going over there to find someone to dominate. And I think that's the difference. People who actually call themselves passport bros are just very dangerous people. You know what I mean? And that doesn't mean that, like, even if people go to other places and they fall in love and they date and they marry, it's just not the same thing. It's a power domination thing. So, we just have to understand that there's a difference between rhetoric. And honestly, yeah, some of us here do hate men. But I do think it's important I personally get annoyed for men who don't understand the difference between people having feminist ideas and talking points versus, I don't think there's any such thing as misandry, but, versus what you would call a misandrist. I think it is logical to have disdain for your oppressor. And I think misandry is just a reaction to misogyny. And it's the probably what y'all would consider the angry reaction or whatever, but it is valid. Nobody should like their oppressor, right? But I personally don't hate men. I just hate misogyny. You know what I mean? So it does get a little annoying when folks are like, "Oh, you're the good one. You're not one of the bad ones." I'm probably a bad one, but I don't hate men, and I don't like being confused as someone who hates men because I hate my oppressor, because I hate misogyny. And I think that you should also hate my oppressor and you should hate misogyny. I think you should join me. You know what I mean? We should do this together. I land.
That was a bar. That one was Yeah, that was a bar. 'Cause it makes sense. 100%.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Pretty. Thanks for
Hey,
having me
welcome.
up. Man, I don't know how I could come behind Silver because Silver just dropped it all. Um, Passport Bros or PDOs. Passport Bros are dangerous as F. I know that much. Passport Bros are going overseas. They are financially abusing um, women and the families of these women by going to countries where the dollar is strong and waving it around and basically purchasing a wife, purchasing a human being to bring them back here for domestic labor, for, SW work. Well, the same, I just repeated myself, but you know what I mean. For reproductive abuse. What? And they're doing it with young women because they want to ensure that they have their V cards intact. So they're looking at 16, 17, 18-year-old women or girls. Let me rephrase that. 16, 17-year-old girls and newly 18-year-old women just to make sure that the V cards are intact. They may not. Oh, go ahead, Penny.
No, I'm sorry. Silver, or if there's another mod, would somebody be able to hold it down for a little bit? I have a meeting.
Ooh, professional.
Okay. So they're definitely a danger, but I'm with Silver. I don't hate men. I hate their behavior. I hate the things that they say about women, about children, about relationships. Ugh. Um, and I have every right to because it goes against my humanity, the humanity of my daughter, the humanity of my sisters. And I don't like it. And I hate it. And if they want to take it as being me being a misandrist, so be it. But it's funny. Misandrist, that word is a new word when we when we talk about the lexicon of words. It's a word that is newly in um our vocabulary. And I believe it's not even 100 years old. I could be wrong about that. But it's just a word because there was no word for the hatred of men because damn it, you're supposed to hate the man. You're supposed to hate the system that oppresses you. So if you want, am I gonna hate a PD3O? You better believe it. Am I gonna hate a passport, bro? You better know it. And if it's attached to your behavior or you, so be it. But yeah, they go there waving around money and flashing it to get young women and girls to bring them back here to abuse them. So I agree with the prop, and then I agree with Silver too. So I piggybacked off that. I land.
Can I say something, please?
Where are the
Um,
mods?
Cha, have you dropped? Okay, so the idea, the thing about this whole conversation of whether we hate men or not is that I feel like it's basically a distraction. It's something men created because they feel like, oh, they have to have something that counters women talking about the things they do. Because saying whether or not a woman hates you as a man, whether or not misandry is a real word that means anything, it has no effect on the average man. It doesn't do anything to you other than having your feelings hurt. Like, so to me, it's like it's not a real conversation, because what does misandry do? Nothing. When we compare to misogyny that has literal systems that are harming women all over the world every day, like, which is why when men say, oh, I think, oh, you're not one of those who hates men, I'm like, yeah, I hate men, so what? Like, what does it do? It doesn't affect you. It doesn't do it. Like, it's not a system that actually harms you, unlike misogyny that we see every day. Like, we have literal proof of men hating women in the systems that have been created all over the world. So it's like it doesn't mean anything. It's a non-conversation because it's a distraction. Because when they say it, then you have to first of all stop and defend yourself as to whether or not you hate men or not. Doesn't make sense to me. It's like it's a non-conversation as far as I'm concerned. Whether a woman hates a man or not doesn't mean anything, because a woman's hate has no structure behind it. It has no system behind it that is possible for it to harm men.
Absolutely. And I think just before I do a mod break, in fact, I'll do the mod break. Can everyone continue to tap the screen? Let's get Pretty up to 60. Quick taps. And remember, you can still gift her and the other panelists. But I, Jai Feminist, I absolutely agree. The worst thing that Miss Sandry will do, which is just a response to the misogyny, is simply ignore men. Or, worst case scenario, we laugh at them. And we do this on this app because it's the only safe place to do so. In real life, we are much more cautious of how we approach men because of how dangerous we know that they are. But passport bros, just because they are going to a different country to do the predatory thing, doesn't mean that they're not predatory. They are continuously being that predatory person. It's just that now the laws are slightly different, and they think that their money is somehow going to save them from repercussions. And for people who don't know, Pretty told me this at the start of the live. This young man here, Floyd Wallace, he was a creator who went to Brazil and had children, teenagers in a cab, and the cab driver thought something was going on and checked in with the girls and said, look, are you okay, where are you going? And they're like, we don't know. So he then alerted the police. The police have picked up this man, and I think this creator has been charged with trafficking. So when men are saying that, these things don't, passport bros aren't that bad, or trying to justify their behaviour, it's fine if you're going there travelling, but when you're going there purposefully to get younger women, vulnerable women, then it is predatory and it's creepy, and men should be calling out other men, and men should not be offended that we are calling out P3dos and their behaviour. But there's also signs, and Pretty had played a video of this man, and again, he was very much into red pill. So all the misogyny he said, he was boasting about getting women from other countries, and that he's a quote unquote nice guy. So these are all things that are signs. And when we talk about purity culture and all of that, it feeds into that P3do behaviour too. Because if you're a 40-year-old man looking for a virgin, you're pretty much looking for a child or someone much less younger than you, because you want to have that power and control. I'll go to yourself, Johnny.
Could I please speak?
Yeah, okay. And then we'll go to Johnny.
I just want to get an understanding. Could someone please define a passport bro?
I don't understand. Yeah, I don't
me?
understand why you didn't hear what I said. It's people that are purposefully traveling to get access to young women and children. That's what it is. That's it.
So they don't come from a particular country or a particular race of people, because men have been traveling
Who
for,
said that though? Who said that that was the case?
because
We don't actually care what race of men they are.
yeah,
They're every
pass
race of man. They're every race of man. We don't
yeah,
care
but
what
a
race they are. They're
passport
every
bro.
race of man.
Yeah, hold on, wait, let me speak. Hold on, one second. The passport bro. Now the bro is a Black American, I guess you call slang. So when you say passport bro, I don't know. I feel like, are you a white woman?
No.
FGT, why are you being defensive?
No,
Are you a
because
passport bro?
Yeah, we're going to move on to Kenty. It's clear you didn't listen to what was being said. Did you hear anything of that story that I said about this man being done with trafficking and having 3 girls in his cut in a taxi? Did you hear that part, FGT?
can I respond? You keep
It's
muting me.
just
Can
a
I
yes or
respond?
no. Did you hear me say about this
I
man
heard you,
having 3
but
children in the car?
yeah, I
So
heard you. But
yeah, So
all I'm
what
saying
else?
is,
What else is that?
why
Why
put
is
all
that wrong?
men that
Why is
why
that
put
wrong?
all men why put all men that travel, that go for work or for culture, into the same box? I
Nobody
just don't
said
get
that.
that.
But that's not
Nobody
what is
said
being
that.
talked about. They specifically called themselves that. Nobody else called them that.
Yeah.
They called
FGT,
themselves
you're
that.
being disingenuous and
So
you're
stop the
trying to,
It's like
yeah.
it doesn't
No,
make any
not
You're
at
sense.
using
all.
virtue signaling by saying that we're lumping all men under the umbrella of passport bros, when we were just up here trying to encourage Goop to actually get his passport and travel. It's not men that are traveling. We're talking about a very specific type of men who popularize participation in sexual tourism. They have YouTube pages. They actually get off on this. I mean, they're advertising themselves, going to different countries, talking about how sexually easy it is to have access to these women, getting the girlfriend treatment, so to speak. So
That's
I need you
wrong.
to stop
That's
being
wrong.
disingenuous.
That's
Hold on, no. I need you to stop being disingenuous. We're not talking about if it happens. We're talking about why. We're moving. We're not going to sit here and entertain. Well, is water what? Well, why? Well, why didn't you call all of the water in the cup what? We're not doing that. We're not wasting our time having these intellectual back and forths, because it's not even intellectual. Everybody sees what you're trying to do, and that's not it. Also, the idea that somebody can have leeway to be a PDF file simply because of their race, because you were trying to advance that as well a couple of minutes ago. Like, oh, well, white men have been doing this for so long, and but it just seems like it's a problem when black men travel. Well, yeah. Yeah, we understand that how YT supremacy works. We understand that we understand the colonizers' view. We understand that that's wrong. We're just trying to figure out why you want equal access to the wrongs that they've done as well. You feel me? Cool.
Thank you. I know that you have to go next, Rennie, but Kenty hasn't went. So can we go to Kenty and then you can open up the panel? Kenty.
Hey everybody! So, as most people here know, I currently live overseas as well. And funnily enough, and even though I have a foreign husband, no one has called me a passport sis or anything like that, because I didn't move overseas specifically for the goal of finding a man who protects and provides better than American men. And to X out all of the crying from modern Western men that I keep hearing. Like, that wasn't my goal in moving overseas. That is the goal of passport bros. And so we have to be very honest, gentle gremlins, about the specific terminology that's being used. When they do this whole, well, I'm overseas and I work. Well, most passport bros are not working overseas. Outside of haggling for barely their prices of things in the touristy sections of countries and cities, they're not actively contributing to the economy. They're not paying taxes like I am. They're not making opportunities for the locals like I am, or should I say we, because we have a company out here. They're not educating like we are, they're not doing anything specifically to benefit the people of the places that they're going to. And what makes it more predatory is they're seeking out economically underdeveloped places for the most part, where they know that the younger women specifically are going to be more apt to being enticed by their draw of using finances to keep them around. Those women, and I'll keep it at women just because I don't want to talk about the minors. The women who participate know absolutely well that there is a transaction happening, and they're opting into it for the opportunity at getting to a better life by any means necessary. There is a lot of trafficking happening, which is gross, egregious, heinous. But I don't want to use the extreme to categorize passport bros because in general, they're disgusting. But more often than not, these are regular Joe Schmoes who couldn't attract anyone under the circumstances that they also grew up with. I think it's crazy and hilarious that all of these modern males are thinking that they are somehow the embodiment of traditional masculinity and will go to the places where, since they don't want to pay for Western American women, because it is mostly American men dominating this conversation. They will go overseas and they will go to places where they find traditional women who depend on them for finances and most all other resources. It's logically inconsistent. It's hypocritical at best. And it just shows that these men are weak in mindset, weak in body, and they don't really have any solid ground for their morals or their understanding of how the world works. And nobody should want this. Nobody should want this tag. If you want to travel, travel. I live overseas. I am actively a part of the American brain drain. I am encouraging people to travel. And if you can, move away because the world is much bigger than America. But do not seek out people to exploit because you feel like finally you can have control over someone. Don't go to places and disrespect their homelands by not engaging with the local culture, not learning the local languages, not eating the local food, not learning the local traditions. Like this is what the passport bros are doing. And this is why they're strengthening and restricting visas for Americans actively right now. So if anyone is interested, look at the ways in which they are fighting back against a lot of they have internet, y'all. They might not have as much money as America, but they have internet. They know what these men are doing, and they are protecting their women actively. And those who are not paying attention are going to feed into the same bullshit, and they're going to make it so that the rest of you have much more difficulty having access to these places. And I'll land there for now.
Thank you. Thanks for keeping the taps and the likes up. We're going to go to If Johnny and then we'll go to Hyper. Hi, Hyper. If Johnny had someone to
Good
pick.
morning. Good morning.
Morning.
So I actually think it's very interesting how when we're talking about this, a lot of the men's responses, you guys are just jealous because men want your attention. Like you're just jealous because you want these men, and you're upset that they're choosing other groups of women over you. One, that makes no sense for me because I don't even like men. But just in general, this idea that women don't care about other women's well-being, and that the reason we're mad is because we don't want other women to be exploited and harmed, and we do not want minors to be harmed. That is the reason we're mad. We don't want you. The fact that you go after vulnerable women and children literally means that you are not a viable partner. Like, we do not want you. We don't want you for ourselves, and we don't want you in these other countries. We want you in a prison in a prison cell. We don't want you with any women, like, whatsoever. Because we actually care about other women. To speak on the And you hear about how this point, there's several women who've come up and said, we don't like it when you talk down on your own women to appease us. That actually makes us, we don't really like you much either. Like if a Black American man, let's say, or just any American man came to the UK and tried to put down American women to get with me, I'm going to tell him to F off. And the fact is, he wouldn't even come here because they go to these vulnerable countries where women either need the financial help, so they engage in a transactional relationship in order to get that, which I think is fair. These men are going there to exploit them because they want to make them financially dependent on them so that they can control them. So I think it's only fair that you can't go to take advantage of someone and then complain when they take advantage of you back. So I think that's all fair. And then with some people, especially children, girl children, they have no choice whatsoever. That was what it pretty gave about the father selling his daughter to the passport bro. So that's the thing. So the last point I'm going to make is addressing the misandry point. People very much confuse something being a word in the dictionary and something having a concept with actually having practical application in the real world. So, I always compare misandry to the concept of a unicorn. If you look at the word unicorn in the dictionary, there is a word unicorn in the dictionary with a definition of what a unicorn is in the dictionary. And so we have a concept of what a unicorn is. But unicorns do not exist in real life. They do not have a practical... So just because it's in the dictionary does not mean that it has practical application in real life. We just know what it is and that it has a concept. A unicorn is a magical horse with a horn in its head, and it's derived from something that does exist, which is an actual real life horse. So same with misandry. It's in the dictionary. It has a definition, there's a concept for it, but in practical application in the real world, it's like a unicorn. It does not exist. What men, and just like the unicorn is derived only, that concept only exists because of the concept of a real horse. Like it's a response to the real horse. Is the same way in which that quote unquote misandry is only exists because of the concept of misogyny. So the concept exists because of misogyny, and just like the concept of a unicorn exists because of a horse, and just like the unicorn, it does not exist in practical application. Men are not harmed.
Thank you. Hypervillain.
Yeah, so I definitely want to bring in the technical side of this conversation.
Sorry, just hold on. Sorry. Chacha, please, can you block this person in the comments or mute them?
I have. I blocked him. V? Yeah, I blocked him. Mute him so his comments come out of the bit as well. Hypervillain, continue.
No worries. So, I just read the Daily Mail from the UK, which was a direct translation of the Brazilian local news. So some interesting things. This man was already on the run in the US. He was wanted for a assault on a police officer in Oklahoma. He has been evading his court hearing by not showing up. He had been missing for several months. When he was caught, they found multiple phones with multiple SIM cards, USB drives. He had suspicious digital media content. What really struck me was at the end of the article where I don't know if it was a direct quote from him, but they mentioned how he did not want to distribute some of the content that he had because he heard of other YouTubers getting caught for sexual material during their endeavors abroad. This individual is problematic on so many levels because one, he wanted to weaponize a law that Brazil has that does not apply to foreigners. So in Brazil, it is the legal age of consent is 14. We're gonna just, take a deep breath, but it does not apply to foreigners. It explicitly does not apply to foreigners. So this man obviously was doing his research for him to think that he could just order Ubers for underage girls. And that in itself is a problem. Men know what countries they can go to get away with certain behaviors. And it is one of the reasons why it is very hard to crack down on the digital footprint on the internet of underage, you know what. Okay. So he knew very well what he was engaging in. He was not employed. They do believe he had third-party funding. He had a YouTube channel that had like over 140K subscribers. So there's a good chance that he was probably monetized on that platform. But needless to say, he was an unemployed man who probably shouldn't have had a passport to begin with. But I don't know whether or not if the charges that he had gotten in Oklahoma were considered to be enough to confiscate his passport, but also he was on the run. So let that sink in. But yeah, the most heinous of individuals, we'll find out what was on those SIM cards and USB drives, because there's a good chance he's going to get hit with distribution charges as well.
Thank you for that. For all the men that are in the comments, if you go and look up this guy and look up the stories, you'll recognise that he had children. He's been charged with trafficking children. So this isn't about sex work. It is about people and men who are going abroad to vulnerable countries, specifically to try and take advantage of vulnerable women and children. So it's not about the sex workers. It is about the fact that these are very, very vulnerable young women. And what he has been charged with has been he had children in a cab. So whether they are teenagers or not, that's the problem. And for people out there defending a P3do that you do not know, this is why we say it's all men until it's no men, because you're willing to put your neck on the line and speak up for a man that you do not know, that you don't know the circumstances of, and yet you're willing to defend him in some way by saying, oh, but they're SW workers, oh, but this, oh, but that. No, read the story first, and then if you really believe that, then make sure that you block me from any of your pages and never come back here, because you're as bad as that man trying to justify it in any way whatsoever. It's weird and it's strange, and it shows that men care about other men's ego more than they care about the protection of women or children. It doesn't matter which country they're from, what kind of man that person is. If they're doing it, they're vile, and that is smex tourism. And thankfully, a lot of the countries, I think it was yourself, Common Sense, that said, are cracking down on predatory men, because it's becoming a bigger and bigger problem. So places like Thailand, I would hope, are doing that. Vietnam, Brazil, all those in different countries in Africa, they need to, in order to protect those women. But the men that are in here saying, oh, because a man travels, he's suddenly this. No, we don't care that people are travelling. We care when they go there specifically to get young, vulnerable women and children. So if you're defending that, please leave this page and don't come back. Is anybody else get anything to add?
Yeah, I want to still dig a little bit deeper, and I'm not trying to do this to hurt any of the men but I do want them to have like some real ego reflection around being associated with this, and also gaining knowledge about the fact that some of their lexicon, some of the language that they communicate and how they interact with women is very similar to some of what PDF files ascribe to. Because so we're talking about, I mean, you can look at criminal behavior profiles, and a lot of in the literature, what they say pedophiles talk about when they talk about women and young girls, or they tend to say that they can relate to younger people a little bit better. They also tend to objectify women in terms of there's a huge emphasis on V card and purity culture and virginity and a young girl being pure. So and these are the conversations. These are things that PDF files have said that is also common talking points in red pill communities. When you talk about body count conversations, where you're talking about purity culture, and they can't deny it. It's not like you can say, oh, well, there's just this one group of men who like to do that with children. But even though I have the same ideas about women as objects and not being fully sexual human being. No. The whole reason why we're saying all men is because it's not just the men who are directly having these interactions with children. It's also the men who ascribe to the mentality and the psychological processes that actually slow walk you to wanting younger and younger. It's the men who did internalize the rejection in grade school and became angry about it and decided to not grow up and still try to attract women. They're still trying to live out their fantasy of peaking in high school, and they're still hurt over that successful cheerleader not choosing them. And so they decided, like, I'm gonna get my teenage love even though I'm 40. I mean, even in undergrad, we used to see the dudes hanging out. Grown men, it would be alpha, like some of the fraternity dudes. Why are you still in the party in the club? Like, we're trying to get to the younger dudes, and you are still there. Like, why are you here? So that psychological point where you are obsessed with finding somebody as young as possible, or the obsession with the V card and the control mechanisms, all of those share similar behavioral profiles with PDF files. So and also share similar yearnings and leanings with that whole red pill rhetoric. So I think men do need to be really, really careful. And like Goop came up here and distinguished himself clearly, like, hey, no, I'm trying to travel to see the world. We want to encourage that. We don't want any man or woman to not see the world, but we are talking about very specific sets of behavioral profiles that are impacting and hurting children around the world. So, yep.
I just want to say, yo, common sense. The way you break stuff down is like you need to have like a podcast or something, because that is crazy. Like even to be like full disclosure, like some of this stuff is like resonating. I'm like, the way she breaks it down, it's like she gets it. Like even though she's criticizing, she the way she breaks it down, it's like she fully understands it. It's crazy. I just want to just say that.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Goop.
That's lovely. Thank you, Common Sense, as well. And that's the thing that a lot of people are not recognising, is that when we're talking about purity culture, body count, all those things, they have been psychologically linked to P3DO behaviour. So it's not just an opinion that Common Sense is coming up with. There are studies on this, and men think that it's not, and this is why we're all speaking out about it. As women, as protectors of other young people and children and femme-presenting people, is that we need to make sure that this is highlighted, and we need to let the men know that we know. We see you, we know what you're doing, and it's terrifying. But we'll go to Draylin. Joseph.
Yeah.
Draylin, what's your thoughts on the prompt?
Yeah, I just want to know why you guys, we come in today about how our men are so dangerous, this, that, and the third, about how we should
No,
just
sorry, you
leave
cut
y'all
out there.
alone. And then
Draylin,
about how we should just leave y'all.
Draylin, I couldn't hear what you said.
So now that we're coming up ways to.
Draylin, stop talking for a second. Can you address the prompt, which is passport bros are P3dos.
Can you let me?
Don't test me today, Julian.
Can you let me?
No, I can't.
All right, so
BP, can we get your thoughts on the prompt?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. I wouldn't say passport bro is like necessarily P3dos. I don't even know like what percentage of them would be like being a passport bro. Like,
What percentage needs to be? What percentage would you want to have that you would think would be absolutely outrageous? What percentage of passport bros that are P3dos would you want to accept?
I mean, if it was like significantly higher than
No,
like the
but
average.
what percentage? I'm asking you for a percentage between 1 and 100. How many passport bros would you think would be too many?
I mean, one is too many, but like
Exactly. So why ask for a percentage of passport bros that do this when we're talking about specifically what those men are doing and when they talk about it and why they're going to the countries they're going to? And we're also looking at the man on the picture, which is passport bro Floyd Wallace, arrested in Sao Paulo, Brazil for essay of children. So what part of that prompt are you wanting to defend? Whether it's 1 or 1,000, it is one too many. And you've also been passed on. Men like that really drive me insane. Please, before you come up here and try to defend P3dos, you read the prompt, you find out who it is we're talking about, and then you can come back with your answer. But whether it's 1 P3do or 1,000, it's still one too many. And it's weird when people try to rationalise it with a number.
Yeah, and the fact that there's literal studies on and literal laws being put into place where countries are literally restricting specifically American passports because of passport bros going to exploit women and children, that literally shows, in fact, that it is quote unquote a big enough number. The number doesn't matter, but the fact that you wanna bring up numbers as if the fact that there's not restrictions being put into place because it's so prevalent and common enough that's had to happen should tell you something. It's like if it was higher, but the fact that that's happening, the fact there are restrictions being put into place to prevent it, shows that it's a big enough problem enough of doing it that they feel the need to make those restrictions in the first place.
Can I point out something?
Of course.
So y'all know I love to read these gremlins and literature. So here's some information about passport bros specifically, and this is why I hate how disingenuous they're being. The men, passport bros, often under the age of 30 and from America, say they want a more traditional girl than those they have experienced in the West. The ones they meet are happy to cook, clean, and romance them in turn for being paid for. Many of them meet over online dating apps. Oh, that's a very traditional way to meet traditional women. While others meet on the street or in clubs. And this is the thing. When they're going to these places, they're looking for, the majority of them are looking for hookups with women. They're not going there looking for wives 9 times out of 10. So what I will say is this. There should be a line drawn, if I'm being perfectly and intellectually honest, there should be a line drawn between passport bros and P3dos. However, anyone who takes on this identity of a passport bro, they don't have good intentions. They do not. They are hypocrites. They are weak in the lands from whence they come. And they need to be honest about that. There is no way that you can convince people that you're going halfway across the world, but you don't prioritize learning a different language. You don't prioritize learning the customs of the locals. You are prioritizing finding a woman that you think will just shut up. You are a predator still, even if it's not for children. You are still a predator. Let's be very clear about that.
Thank you, Kenty. IG feminist, and then we'll go to the new guest.
Yeah, so I literally, Kente, you took the words out of my mouth, because what I was going to say in response to BP is that These are self-identified, like they identify themselves, they state what they are going to these countries to do, and in stating that, they outline what they are looking for, and in outlining that, it shows clearly that they are predators.
Hi, sister.
whether or not whether or not it is them going after kids specifically, they outline that they are going to engage in predatory behavior. That's it. So there's nothing to defend there when someone self-identifies as a predator. In the things that they are saying that they are going there to look for, they specifically say that they are going to look for vulnerable women, vulnerable girls to take advantage of. Like they have entire platforms where they are promoting the things that they are going there to do. So I don't see what's confusing about it. They state that they are predators in the things that they are looking for. So like we are not, it's not us saying that they are those things. They state specifically, many of them have platforms where they list out the things that they are looking for in women, and the things that they are looking for is to be predatory towards vulnerable women. Simple, that's all.
Thank you very much for that. BP, you can respond now.
I mean, I kind of see the feeling. The person's name who starts with like K, like they kind of like
Their name is
saying,
Floyd Wallace. That's the
Floyd
person's
Wallace.
name. Floyd Wallace.
Well, no, yeah,
Are
like
you wanting to go and research that and come back, or?
no, like the reason why I came up was like obviously Floyd Wallace is like a P3do, but like the original reason why I came up was because like passport.
What have you learned from what everyone has said? What have you learned from what everyone has said? And who are we talking about specifically?
I've learned that like passport. Well, I haven't learned anything new except for like the Floyd guy being a P3do. But like I'm just saying like passport bros don't like recommend you sleep with minors. Like that's a different thing. Like that's like the reason why I came up. Like
Nobody recommend going to other countries and looking for vulnerable women. So they're still predators.
I mean, yeah, they're predators, but not for children. Like they don't
So
recommend you sleep with
they are
children.
predators,
They
but
actually do though. They do explicitly say so they do reference the age of consent being lower in these countries. So they don't outright say go and target minors, but they do constantly reference having an affinity, we'll call it just for TikTok purposes, for jailbait.
I mean, this
as
is
we
the
would
same.
call it here in America.
Yeah, this is the same group of men who are telling women over the age of like 25 that they're used goods or something like that. So, I mean, it's hard for you to distinguish between the passport bro and the red pill rhetoric when they are so blatant about our body, your choice. I mean, you can't deny those elements being there, and then it's happening in real time, and countries are literally trying to protect themselves from these men, like because they have enough predators in their own presumably country to deal with. They don't want the foreign ones. So I guess it's frustrating because we keep running back to the same situation where people are in denial that there is a problem there, and they're not getting to the actual root cause of this problem. You're searching for young people, young women, and you're searching for that because you cannot control successfully people in your own peer group. Now, if we want to talk about psychology, we want to talk about some therapy there are significant psychological implications when somebody, I'm talking about male or female, is obsessed with trying to control a partner to the extent that they need that partner to be younger so they can have a power imbalance. BP, do you understand where I'm going with this? I don't want to lose you. I ain't trying to, no gotcha moments.
like I understand what you're saying. I'm saying like this isn't all passport bros. Like I'm not even sure if this is the majority of them. Like you could be a 25-year-old passport bro and then get with like a 23-year-old. Like you don't necessarily.
And
It doesn't
we're
even have to
and
be
what we're
like super
saying is
age
that's not a
gapping.
problem. What I'm saying is the rhetoric under this umbrella that has been popularized by this movement, the fact that they have deemed themselves a movement. Now we didn't put that title on these group of men who do this. They did it with themselves with pride. They've been literally getting paid for content from this very same movement that they're now trying to distance themselves from because they see just how strange and weird and perverted some of their peers are.
Okay, I guess don't really disagree then. I mean, if you're just talking about like the bad ones, sure.
But what I'm saying is the rhetoric itself is actually a fallow grounds to create and breed that type of rhetoric. Like the because really we're talking about the objectification of women. We're talking about not seeing women as human beings or autonomous human beings, but as something to control, as children, if you will. That's what a lot of these men popularize. Women are children. Women are children. Got to control a woman. Oh, but they're trying to ease us into it with the cooperative language, and they've even tried to change the term of submission because they know how bad it sounds. I don't want a woman to submit, just cooperate. Like it's very pathological. And whether or not when you do travel, if you're ascribing to this and your goal is to find somebody younger than you, and then compound that power struggle with a lack of economic resources to make those younger women really desperate to have anybody. And you're also trying to hold that over the head of women in your own country by saying, look, I can control this woman. This woman allows me to control her because she's younger than me. And my Western dollars will give her a life. And so she will be grateful. Like, you feel me? You can see how that's problematic, right?
I mean, I see that as problematic. I
Okay.
don't disagree with
Okay.
that.
Cool. Thanks.
Thank you for that common sense. And it's exactly like you say, there are studies on this. And so when men are buying into the red pill talking points of get your money up, make sure that she's a high value a woman, all that stuff is all rooted in this kind of a same ideology. And men can't get away from it because we're not allowing them to, because we know they're linked. We're going to go to Miramil and then we'll go to water. If everybody could mute up. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Hey, Cha-Cha. Hey, Kente.
Morning, love.
Judy. Morning.
Morning.
So, I wanted to just I'll touch on the prompt, and then I had one other thing that I wanted to add. So passport bros are P3dos, yes. Even the ones who are not specifically targeting underage girls in these countries do have specific fantasies that they want to play out.
How are you? From Syria, Sister Nidia.
Get your ass out of here.
Lord, they are abundant this morning. Um, but they do have specific fantasies that they want to play out where women are cosplaying as younger girls. Um, they are looking to still AB these women. They will go there under the guise of looking for an SW, get someone, have her do all the things that she wants to do, bring her friends along, do all the things that he wants her to do, wants them to do, and then refuse to pay them. That is abuse. That is exploitation. That is forcing someone into um, a slavery dynamic with you by forcing them to do labor for you and refusing to compensate them. If they are sex workers, then they have the right, and it is in fact their job to be paid for the acts that you ask them to do. And passport bros do not want to pay. They want to, in whatever way they can, exploit these women and young girls. And if it means just getting off by not paying them or by finding underage women, the whole point, the entire premise is to exploit women and children. That is the entire point. So coming up here and having this conversation and trying to have this great debate of not all passport bros and it's not our fault if some of them are bad apples is ridiculous. The entire premise behind passport bros is abusive, is exploitative, is looking to take advantage of women and children. And I think at some point we need to just stop the back and forth conversation entertaining that foolishness because it prevents us from having an actual intellectual conversation about these things and and talking about the ways that we can clock this behavior in our men, um, and start warning young girls in this country and others about them and just shining a light on it. I don't think that there's any value in trying to convince someone who's going to come up here and act dense about what a passport bro is and not knowing what it is when there's the internet at your fingertips, when we're having the conversation and have been having the conversation for well over 2 hours now. Um, it makes me very upset and I just wanted to come up here and encourage us to not entertain the BS. All right, I'll end there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, that was lovely. Okay, Water, before you come off mute, consider what's been said consider what everyone else has said, and please look at the prompt and read it fully. Passport bros are P3dos. Passport bro Floyd Wallace arrested in Sao Paulo, Brazil for SA of children. And when we're talking about passport bros, IJai said it perfectly. IJai Feminist said it perfectly that these men are going to countries specifically to get the vulnerable women, and a lot of the time children and lower ages of consent. That's what we're talking about here. So if you can speak on the prompt, thank you.
Alrighty. Yes. Yeah, they need to lock his ass up. But and anybody who doing that. Now for the guys who actually trying to, travel abroad and maybe more so dealt a bad hand in luck of dating or, quote unquote, just don't find his native country plentiful of select mating partners. I do say go elsewhere. You can geomax. I myself am a black pillar, so I'm very black pilled. Um, so like most of this stuff is like cope to me at the same time because mainly people who do this are usually dealt a bad hand in genetics and can't actually compete in their natural or local dating pool or international dating pool online, and thus has to resort to this in order to cope with their lack of abundance in their local dating market. And this is one result potentially right here. This guy was a weirdo, strange individual. But do I think all of the passport bros are doing this? Hell no. Are there people, maybe 35% of these passport bros doing this? Yes, indeed, perhaps. Now, do I think it's fair to label the whole identity as the P3? No, no. That this is a psychological. Well, no, that this is a misrepresentation of the coping mechanism that they're doing here, geomaxing. This is literally geomaxing. Like I said, I'm black pill. I see straight throughout the bull. Even if it hurts your feelings, you know what I'm saying? I just want to know the actual truth. I don't want to lie to myself. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna consider all options and evaluate which is possibly true or which is possibly false. So like also doing geomaxing, certain ethnic groups actually benefit more than others when they are quote unquote passport bros. And in my eyes, this is a form of cope, depending on whether you had an abundance of options in your dating market, in your native country. Yeah. And that's what I have to say about the passport. This guy in specific that traveled to this place in Sao Paulo, Brazil, for SA. Now, this guy is considered an incel or an MGTOW or a coomer. Yeah, I think he's actually quote unquote called a coomer actually in the black pill identification labels. Yeah. So these people are usually very perverse. These can be male or female.
So
Sorry,
when you say
Kenty had her hands up in the comments and Miriam afterwards, and then we'll have you, Kenty.
So, ladies within proximity of my voice, listen to these males when they speak for themselves. Take it at face
thank
value.
you.
Okay? Take it at face value. I want y'all to listen. Escucha. Listen to every single syllable, okay? Every single syllable. Because what the fuck is geomaxing? If you're not attractive, you're not attractive. Don't go to take your bridge troll looking ass, your taking riddles for payment looking ass to some other country where you're going to survive on 15 minutes of English and think you found yourself a life partner. What type of goofy shit is this? What exactly are these people advocating for? Because this is literally the most disrespectful shit. You're literally talking about going to another homeland where they have a culture, where they have their own way of seeing the world. They have art. They have a languages. This is the rhetoric of people who can only read with their index finger. This is dangerous rhetoric. Why would you think that in all of your unaccomplished existence that somebody else would want to put up with this? You're literally like making it your life's goal to bring someone else down. And you're trying to make this an identity. So when we speak on these males like they are the most undesirable unicellular organisms that exist, it's because that is the unbridled, unfettered truth. Not that we just don't like what we're hearing and we just don't want to accept what they say is the nature of these people. This is disgusting rhetoric. It's disgusting. Let's face the facts that the overwhelming majority of passport bros want to engage in exploitation, even if they are not P3dos. It does not have to be just for children. The fact that you all are literally, instead of working on yourselves, instead of making it a goal to go to another space and contribute to that space, you're going to go trap a woman that you think you can control with money and dangling opportunity in front of their eyes. How is that not predatory? Get real. Y'all say that y'all speak the truth, but you're just as blind about your own lack of accomplishment. And y'all are taking up too much oxygen. For real. Because the shit is goofy is not even enough. It doesn't describe it well enough. It's not an accurate enough term to describe the ick that comes from this rhetoric. You all are disrespectful and no one should have to deal with this. You are actively praying. Why don't y'all go to England? Because those are different women. Why don't y'all go to Bulgaria even? Russia. Why don't y'all go to Australia? Why don't y'all go to Ecuador? Don't they even use the American dollars as their currency? Why don't y'all go to these places? You seek out places where you know people are at an economic disadvantage. And in those places, you know for a fact that the women there suffer more. You're doing it on purpose. What's crazy, y'all don't even come to places like China because you got to actually be about some shit to get a visa to come here. This is how nefarious y'all are. Y'all go to these places where you can skate on being there for 30, 60, 90 days without any paperwork, and then you think you've met your 90-day fiance in that time. Tell the truth. Y'all are nasty. Y'all don't have no good intentions. The overwhelming majority of y'all. Period.
Thank you, Kenti. Merimel?
Yeah. So, Kente, you reading my mind, girl. So I'm glad he said the quiet part out loud because so often when we have this conversation, we hear these passport bros and their sympathizers or aspiring passport bros who haven't scraped together the $100 to go get their passport yet. Um, we hear them say that they're going abroad because we the women here are the problem. There's something lacking in us, and they want to come up, they want to leave from under us to go find women who are more worthy of them. And I'm glad he said the quiet part out loud, which is that the men that are leaving cannot measure up to the standards required of them in this country. And so they're going elsewhere where they think the standards are lower, where they can get by looking like who did it and why, making $12 an hour, putting boxes into other boxes at Amazon wearing a blue vest. Yeah, they think that that's enough and they can go over abroad and con someone into having a relationship with them and being strapped to them for the rest of their lives, living a life of mediocrity and poverty, as if those women were not already trying to elevate themselves out of similar circumstances in their home countries. I'm glad he said the quiet part out loud, which is that they are the undesirable ones that are leaving. And I encourage you, y'all love to, men love to compare themselves to animals and talk about some, oh, in the animal kingdom, the males, da 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 da. You know what happens to males in the animal kingdom who women find undesirable and and lacking, and worthy of procreation? Their lineage dies off, unalives off, excuse me. They unalive off, and all of those horrible genes, all of those grubby, bottom of the barrel, slimy, greasy, no edge having, bald spot, beard not connecting genes, unalive off. And all that's left are the strong, the ones that actually protect and provide. And so you are encouraging women around the world to continue propagating with y'all who have admittedly weak genes. That's predatory. So leave them alone. They don't deserve to have your, you know what? I was about to say something really unkind about the babies. I won't. You want them to have your babies. You want them to have your babies and procreate with you and carry on your genes that are admittedly lacking. And we will not allow it to happen. We're going to be loud about it. We're going to be loud about it. And so that these governments continue standing up policy to create fail safes to protect the women in their country from the likes of you. Because we've been protecting ourselves from y'all. And apparently we've done a pretty good job because now y'all are running. But wherever you choose to run, guess what? You follow yourself there. Wherever you are, there you are. So the same problems that you had here, guess what? They gonna happen over there as well. And that's exactly why this man is arrested and why so many of y'all are getting kicked out of countries, not allowed to return, passports getting snatched before you even leave the airport. Y'all don't belong, period. You don't belong anywhere. And I'm glad you're starting to find out. I land.
I want to
Who
say real quick, yeah, I am overseas, but that's because I am credentialed and I speak the 3 most spoken languages in the world. So that means literally 80% of this entire globe is my playground. I can go wherever I want. That's why I'm overseas, because my world is not as small as yours. Great fate, Levi, period.
can I
Exactly
respond?
that. Sorry, yep. Feminist had her hand up in the comments as well, but can we keep it under a minute because we've got a new panelist member,
Yeah,
if
yeah.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
okay?
I'm just repeating what I said before because of the passport bros are not all bad people. No, passport bros are all bad because, like we've said, the reason they exist is because they want to go out of their spaces to look for vulnerable women to take advantage of. That's literally the basis of their existence. They feel like the places where they are, like Common Sense said, we can dig deeper into why they exist, into the rejection that they've either, a lot of them have experienced rejection from their families as children. Some of them, their fathers are not there. Some of them, so they've had that rejection. And then because of that, they've not learned how to communicate properly with general human beings, male and female. So that's one thing. That's why they exist. They've not learned how to communicate properly with not just men, but women, and not just women, but men as well, just generally communicating as humans. Now, that does
Thank,
not give them the right to then go out somewhere else and inflict that on other women from other places. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Common Sense.
I'm gonna try my best to keep it short because I know you got some other people on here. I just wanted to go back to just the pills for a quick second to talk about how basically a lot of it is a psych op. A lot of those ideologies come as a control mechanism where patriarchy works by a small amount of men being able to exert psychological and sometimes physical control over a large body of men. So the way that they do that, because there's always more of us as people than the people at the top, is they convince groups of people, and particularly men, even if they have power, they convince them of their victimization. So the reason why a lot of these pills are being offered to men as online medications, everything except going to therapy, is it gives, and the reason why they're so popular is because it gives these men a sense of belonging. It's just like, oh, I did not get the girl that I wanted because my breath was bad, or because I have this old Warcraft shirt on, because I got cheesy fingers, or because I don't have a personality, or because my entire identity is misogyny. No, that's not the reason. The reason is because of feminism, grr. Like the reason is because modern woman, grr. Or for the black pillars, the reason is because I'm ugly and women are shallow and I'm never gonna find anybody. Grr. A lot of these dudes, if you see them, they actually look normal. Some of them look normal to average. There's no major deformities, but in their head, they've given themselves so many excuses for why they actually have coarse social deficits, like why they don't understand expressive and receptive language skills, why they actually have some personality disorders. They're trying to basically say the reason why I'm rejected is because of how I look. When no, it's not. It's not that you're not 6 foot tall. Or it's not or that your hairline isn't perfect. It's because you give people the ick. You make people uncomfortable. You have not been socialized correctly to speak to the opposite sex. And so if they would go to therapy and address some of that, then they would not feel the need to go out of their country and use being fetishized as a foreigner, and think and mistake that for actual genuine attraction. Like I'm in Asia now, and when they see that I look different, like I get all kinds of people. Oh my God, all kinds of attention. Oh, that's great. But I don't mistake that and say, oh, they're giving me the boyfriend experience, and yeah, these dudes over here are just so much better than American modern man. Like, stop. So we
Yeah.
have some real psychological issues that need to be addressed, and I need for them to go to counseling. I need it to happen. Okay, I'm gonna land my plane there.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I know that Kay had come up and I think everybody went on too long. So my apologies, Kay. If you're in the comments, come back up and we'll prioritise you. I just wanted to kind of highlight as well that a lot of people are confused by what black pill is. Can you tell us what it is in a couple of sentences, please? Water.
Yeah,
Let
I'm here.
someone can probably give us a
Yeah.
better.
Do you want me to talk or
I just want you to
IJ?
tell us in a few sentences what black pill is.
Okay. Black
And keep
pill is
it in TikTok friendly language.
yes. Black pill is extremely pro-human. It observes and acknowledges the truth and the truth only. No room for biasness. No room for potential biasness. Evaluations from all.
Biasness is not a word, so I don't know why you would say biasness when
So like all
that's a
bias.
lie.
Black pill refuses to cope. Coping
I
mechanisms
don't know
are
what
used
all of this
from.
is ridiculous. In fact, you know what?
Do you want me to
I
answer it
need you
or
to
no?
use words, actual words. I need you to
I
do
am.
that.
Are you?
Biasness is not a
I'm
word,
speaking. Okay, so
and the
black
absolute
pill.
truth describes
Okay, I'm
nothing.
black pill. I'm black pill.
Uh
I'm the
huh.
representative of the black pill here
Yeah,
today.
black
So
pill. Yeah, but you need to use
so
actual
I want you
words.
guys to understand that this is something serious and it actually does promote women as well.
In what way?
Beauty standards.
And what beauty standards? You're just saying words.
And no. Let me finish what I was going to say because you derailed what I was trying to communicate in the
No,
first
you
place
weren't
because you
communicating
got
anything.
irritated because you said I wasn't using real language.
You're not. You're not. You're just saying sentences. If I said,
Do you
somebody said
want
to
me
me,
to
"Let me finish. I'm a mod here." If somebody said to me, "Describe the weather in Scotland just now," and I said, "You know what? Looking outside, the weather is weathering." What does that tell you? It tells people fuck all. So I'm asking you to be specific and use
can
examples.
I
If it's promoting women, in what way does it promote women?
it promotes women to look smacks and men to look smacks to be the best versions of themselves to get the best
Oh no,
options that are
that's
available
bullshit.
in their
No. Anyway, let's move on.
no why no
Cinnamon,
you coping you're coping
I'm coping. Yeah,
yeah you're
yeah.
coping
I'm coping.
well
Absolutely.
that's bad
That's a word.
coping is bad
Congratulations. Coping is a word.
coping is
Anyway,
bad though you
I don't
shouldn't do that
care. I can do whatever I want. You're
well
not my
that's the
father.
problem
You're not my dad.
but
So
you should
no.
seek the truth
Anyway, Cinnamon,
you should seek the truth of lie to yourself
Hi, sister. How are
oh my
you?
god.
Please, sister, you're from Syria, needy help.
get your
No.
punk ass out of here boy
Stop talking, Cinnamon. It's your shot.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why he came up here to lie about what black pill is when we all have access to Google. And it
bro
says that
like
you want
Google
to
does not have
unalive
the
all women and grape does not exist. Like we can quite easily look it up and see what black pill is when you Google it. And it says that you want to unalive all women and grape does not exist. So I'm so confused how it has anything to do with beauty standards when it's quite literally on the internet for all to see. Like it's not like it's some secret. I don't know why the fuck you're up here lying, talking about it's helping women. Unaliving all women and raping women is helping women? Nigga, what?
no, we didn't never. Black Pill is anti anything that's incel. Okay, so that's incel activity like pedos and grape. That's all incel activity.
Interesting. So you like to change the words that
No,
have
you're
meanings on them.
misidentifying Black Pill
No,
with
black pill
incel.
has a definition.
Black Pill is the definition, the identity of the community
Yeah, the identity
created.
of the community says that they want to get
YouTube.
rid of all women and that
They
grape
do
does not
not.
exist.
No,
So it's
where did
very
you hear
strange that you're
that?
coming up here
Yeah,
lying
that's
like
a
we can't
fallacy.
all pull this shit up
It's
on the same
false.
Google.
Google is not the authority
Oh no?
of Black Pill.
Where do we find out where the black pillars are? Oh no. Where do
You
we
should
find
go
them?
to
Since
the.
there's no verifiable
You should go to the.
information on Google. Yeah, let me know.
It's a guy named Facing
Oh, it's
LMS
a
on
guy.
YouTube.
It's a guy.
It's a guy.
Cool.
He's the creator of the Black
It's a
Pill,
guy.
actually.
Got it.
Yeah, he's from the UK.
Oh my, UK guy.
Yeah.
Oh
And
yeah, look.
the black pill separated was created by separating from the red pill because we realized all of the fallacies that the rhetoric had.
Water. Nobody cares. We can see it on Google.
Literally.
Google is not the
I'm
Like,
weak.
like
of
you
black
don't
pill.
have the organization. You're not.
You
Like,
don't.
are
You're
you
not
a
aware of the
CEO
community.
of? Are you a CEO of
We
Black
know
Pill?
who the creator
Are you on the
pill
board of
is.
directors of Black Pill?
You ever
No.
watched the movie Matrix? You know who
They
Morpheus
don't
is?
mention Black Pill in
We escaped the Matrix.
No one
no,
cares
you
that you
didn't.
think you're in a video game, babe. No one cares.
We're not talking about a video game.
It's a film.
We're
We
talking
know.
about a
We're talking
simulation.
about real life and you think this is
Wants
a
the
fucking video
truth.
game.
Don't want to lie to ourselves.
You are lying to yourself right now, talking
I'm
about
not.
black pill is for women's fucking appearance. Nigga, huh?
You are refusing to
Huh?
acknowledge what I said.
I don't want to acknowledge a liar,
Valuable.
nigga. At least stand in your fucking truth. You believe all women should be unalive, then say that shit with your fucking chest, bitch.
They're cannibalizing themselves. Like they know how bad the optics are for their own movements. So now they're trying to, well, no. That's not what a passport, bro. No. That's not what they're selling. No, it's not black pill. It's red pill. It's all some variation of y'all being angry that you didn't get the girl that you wanted and making that your entire identity and being unable to talk to anybody. And being so weird that you got to go to a whole foreign country to try and leverage money for affection. I need people to keep it a buck.
Exactly. And the other thing about it is in the UK, our biggest exports are racism, imperialism, and colonialism. So you can't tell me that coming from the UK is something that's positive for women because I live here and it's not, it's bullshit. So unless you are the CEO of Black Pill Incorporated, then everything that you're saying is a lie. I believe Zinneman, I believe Kingsley, I believe people that actually read books and can read full sentences and describe things in full sentences and not say water is wet, wet is wet, it's water. That's what, when I should describe it, that's what you come up with. Nobody's got time for that bullshit. Nobody has time. Zinneman, would you like to address the prompt?
Yes, I think that they need to arrest these people swiftly. I don't know why y'all come on the internet and think that this shit is a game, that other countries don't care about the children there. But let's hope he survives in prison, or let's not hope, depends on how you feel. I don't know why y'all think that everywhere is like here. Everywhere is not like here. Everywhere it don't got a creepy uncle who gonna touch on the kids and they gonna keep inviting him back to the barbecue. Some people gonna do some shit about it. I really need y'all to stop doing this shit. It's very strange and it gives people who travel a bad look. Cause I don't know what the hell is wrong with y'all.
Thank you, Cinnamon. And Kingsley, what's your thoughts on the prompt?
I think it's absolutely barbaric. The man had more than 13 criminal records in 13 different states and was still able to travel and do the heinous things that he done to these underagers. And I think that people that are trying to cope and defend him are just as bad as the people that do it. And especially to the man that came up, like, you're subjecting women to just looks. So that means that you dismember you don't take into consideration their education, their background, where they're from, how they got on in life, their culture, their rules, their way of living. You subject them to just looks. And subjecting a woman to just looks is not what's going to get you far in life, because women aren't just all about looks. There's more to being a woman than just how they look. And that's what frustrates me about people like Water, and I'm sorry, but it's the truth. This whole black pill thing that you keep mentioning is quite clear on Google what it means. You subject a woman to her looks, and that is it.
Sorry, 1 second. Was he
Sorry.
dropped on purpose? Because I just let him back up. Was he supposed to be dropped?
Yeah, they dropped me
I dropped
because I
him.
irritated.
No, it's okay.
Yeah.
I had dropped him because he wouldn't let Zinneman finish.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
yeah, so that was.
Do your thing. You're fine.
Sorry. No, he wouldn't let Zinneman finish. He was given the opportunity to tell the truth, and then he lied. He said, "No, black pill is about giving women opportunities," And I was like, no, that's what he said. And then Zinneman was saying, no, it's about this, it's about that. And he kept interrupting every sentence. Sorry, Kingsley, I jumped in there.
No, you're all right. Honestly, I came up because I wanted to speak to water, but again, it's subjecting a woman to looks. In my opinion, is wrong. Don't get me wrong. If you go through life and you base a relationship on looks, in my opinion, you're not going to get far, because in my understanding of being brought into this world by a woman and having a sister and things like that, there's more to a woman than just looks, and that's what we see. This rhetoric of these sort of men is they subject a woman to looks. It's absolutely barbaric. None of it is normal. Like if you're traveling to foreign countries trying to go for underage people who quite clearly have a very little education, very little understanding, and are easily manipulated, you're just as bad as the next person doing it. And to know that that's a problem is what you call educated. If you know that it's a problem, you're educated. But the fact that you're trying to cope and use a word salad to try and throw us all off, and then say in the comments that we're not educated. No, we're educated, and we came back to you about this whole black pill rhetoric. You subject a woman to her looks. You're just as bad as the man that got arrested on the Floyd Wallace and things like that. You're delusional. You're backwards. And again, your mother should have swallowed you, because if you subject them to looks, then I'm sorry, you're not going to get far in life, and that's the God's honest truth.
Thank you, love. Is there anybody got anything else to add? What about yourself, Pretty? Have you been listening in, or is he back? Oh, Water's back. Okay.
I want to can I respond to that?
If you use
Water,
actual words,
Okay.
yes.
I'm
water,
gonna make this
water. Before
very
you,
simple, because I want you guys to actually understand the origins of how this started with the black pill. Okay, black pill came from the red pill, right? There was a segregation from the red pill because we realized that the red pill guys used their ego to cope, to justify their inadequacies in society. In black pill, we did not want to do that. We wanted to find the truth. We wanted to find out why we are getting these results. Why is that this and
you
why is
can't
that
handle
not
the
this,
truth.
right? So I want to understand, I want to understand what the truth is. I don't care if it hurts my feelings. Some things are brutally truthful, and it may hurt your emotions. You may end up crying. And a lot of people confuse the classifications and the dictation, the classifications that the Black Pill Society created as Black Pill individuals, right? You are not Black Pill if you are an incel. You are not Black Pill if you are a P3DO. Okay, those people are classifications on their self. You are confused. Okay, we do not promote anything that has to do with grape. This is false. This is what the incels do. Okay. Now they use black pill rhetoric, yes, to classify and to philosophize their incel abilities, right? They are MGTOW. They hate women, right? In the black pill, we are actually seeking to gain the best partner. We talk about hypergamy. We talk about mating. We talk about mating selections. We talk about Google, and also Kingsley. You are misunderstanding the whole origins. Okay,
No,
when
I
it
think I
comes to hold
understand
on,
it. You're
Kingsley,
Y'all
subjecting a
gotta
woman
let
to
Kingsley,
her
him
look.
Kingsley,
finish. Y'all gotta
Kingsley,
let
you
people
need to
finish,
listen to me
please.
carefully, okay? Google is not going to tell you the origins. I was present, okay? I am an actual black pillar, okay? You do not know how this started. You did not know that it came from the red pill and they segregated. You don't know who called the action of segregation, okay? It is a lot of misrepresentation going around on the internet through TikTok and memes, okay? This is the psychological warfare Common was talking about. There's misrepresenting the black pill, okay? We are trying to actually improve our dating opportunities in society. Now, are you going to have a conversation with someone after this and they're going to probably say what you're saying? Yes, because there's a lot of confusion that is going around on TikTok, okay? And I'm sorry that you think that these people are in the black pill are promoting
It does
this
look like no.
foolish.
It does look like a subscriber has utilized their pretty privilege to go ahead and mute you. They said you're not doing enough pandering to the black pill, and you need to ponder a little bit more about the origins of black pill. One
No, I
second, sir. You've been muted. There's a timer above your head. That means you cannot unmute. Common, go ahead and respond. I know he mentioned you. Kingsley, he also mentioned you, but I didn't know if Cha-Cha, am I messing up the order or were we open panel?
You're
No, it was open
hilarious.
panel.
Okay.
Common can go first, then Kingsley.
I gotta stop laughing before I can go. Jeez. Okay. So, it's just so much. It's just so much. Okay. Um, First of all, Kingsley, I wanted to give you shout out in so many amazing posters, but I was thinking about something Kingsley mentioned when he was saying how abnormal and how unnatural these interactions are, because that's where my head is when I think about human interactions and relationships, and then in my field, because I just want people to be healthy, mentally sound. The ideologies that are being advanced here are just it's going to create some of the weirdest interactions possible, because with black pill they are all about basically just trying to find somebody, and in that desperation to find a mate they actually ironically end up doing the very same thing that the other pillars do, which is to basically, I don't know, limit humanity. Like, you see somebody and you are rating them on a number scale. You can't even have a decent, normal conversation with somebody to let things happen naturally, to see where interactions are going to go. You are trying to basically judge somebody by distill the entirety of somebody's human expression into a 1 through 10 scale. You are hyper focused on your looks. You are hyper focused on being in the gym and looks maxing and geomaxing and all of those different things. So you end up seeing the forest, missing the forest for the trees, essentially, because all of these things, like relationships, happen organically. And what I try and tell people that I'm advising or giving counseling to is that relationships are a byproduct of you having your stuff together. They are not something that you get as a magical marker of a rite. It's not a rite of passage. Nobody, male or female, has to be in a relationship or is entitled to one. Relationships are something that happen naturally as a result of, you meeting people while you're in a social circle and you are healthy and you're actually interacting with people. And I think what happens is these people who are in these pill communities, they resent the ease in which some people seem to just be able to naturally fall into relationships in and out and in and out. And they're just like, when's it my turn? Like, behind all of this is some true loneliness and some yearning and the desire to not be rejected, and okay, how can I keep my woman loyal to me? Okay, well, if I go overseas and she doesn't have much money and she's young, and the younger she is, the better I can control her. That's going to make sure that she doesn't cheat on me. Because if you get into these sections, you also see how obsessed a lot of these men are with being cheated on, with being left. And that's the core of all of this. That's the core of misogyny. It's this fear that if they don't control women, then they're not going to get chosen. And so, and instead of them actually realizing there's more to life than relationships, there's more to life than all of this stuff, they just can't do it. And so, I feel sorry for any young people who are being influenced by this, and something's got to give, because we're gonna keep seeing more of this unless it's addressed.
So, Water, do you believe that feminism has given women too much power in the sexual market, according to Black Pill? Do you believe that what makes a woman is bone structure and height, and that going to a gym or developing a personality is seen as futile? Do you believe that? Because that's what Black Pill is, and you came up here claiming that you were Black Pill. So in my understanding of that, as a white man, because as you can see, I would say that you were an extreme misogynistic man towards women. As far as what I'm learning, and this is what we're all here to do, is learn and have a conversation, but you subject women on the fact of their bone structure and the height, and that them having a personality or going to the gym is seen as fertile. You believe that feminism has given women too much power in the sexual market, but forgetting that even if a woman was sexually active, is normal. Women are allowed to experience sex the same way that a man can. But again, the way that societies have gone, if a woman sleeps with too many men, she's this, she's that. But if a man does it, it's all high fives and you're a good bro. Like,
Let him answer,
Mhm.
because I don't think he's going to have any answers. So we'll
I do have an answer.
yeah, okay. Is it the truth?
That's all we do.
So you're just going to
All
just
you
say
can do
You
is
may
listen.
not
truth?
like it. You may not like it, but it's just going to be the truth.
Okay, right. Let's hear what the truth is.
Now,
Expand
if
on
you
the
don't
truth.
like it, are you going to silence me? If you don't like it, all
Yeah,
right.
you're wasting time. You're
All
wasting
right.
time.
Now here's
Usually
the
you end up.
truth.
Go ahead.
Um, okay, so the black pill is for man and woman. Okay, it's not just men only. Okay, anybody can participate into following the black pill. It simply is about what attracts women and what attracts men, what the human species is attracted to, right? So we want to find out what is truth. We don't want to hear what we always been hearing about personality and then don't understand what the problem is. Why?
The question was, does
I'm trying
I
to
asked the
No, no, no.
answer.
question.
Let him. No, no, no. Let him finish.
Okay,
I'm
I
trying.
just want to get the question. Are women
Okay.
seen as
So
equal if they're
Kingsley
having
asked me a
sex?
question
Hmm.
too. Kingsley asked me a question too. So I have to address Kingsley's first. So okay, so we are essentially paying attention to the facts, even if they may upset you. Once again, this is why Black Pill Salvation is going to tell you shit that you don't want to hear, but it's true. And it's going to tell you the stuff that you want to hear that is true as well. We're not going to tell you any type of fantasy la-las. Okay? So, with that being said, right? If we're looking at the human species and we're talking about feminism and stuff like that and the women's suffrage and stuff like that, right? We are extremely focused on dating, right? Now, we are a gynocentric species. Women are the selectors of who is chosen to have sex, right? And in ethology, which is the science of animal behavior, you have to analyze what people say versus what they do, what actually responds versus what they say, and correlate and perform experiments, right? With control groups. And if you are unaware of the variables that can affect the control groups, like emotions and things like that, and biasness, you will unfortunately produce a fallacy or an incorrect result, a misunderstanding. Okay. Now, for years, we have heard that for years, we have heard that personality is what is the most important, right? When it comes to dating. Now, we did not say that you did not have to have a personality. What we talked about what we do talk about in a Black Pill Society is that your looks is the main thing that opens the door. Beyond everything else,
There was another pander.
we
There was
was
another
trying to talk
ponder.
to Kingsley's
Yeah, I
statement.
know, but there was another pander request in the comments. So as a super member, Leslie put in ponder for a while, so you need to ponder for a bit. So you've got another 5-minute timer. I think maybe next time when it comes round to you, Water, the trick is to get to the point, like within 30 seconds.
Well, I tried to answer his
You
question.
didn't answer it though, and you had plenty of
Well, I
time.
couldn't because I got
No,
silence.
no, you didn't. You had plenty of time, but you went on for ages saying nothing.
1984.
You said nothing. Anyway,
George
I'll put the
Orwell.
timer on you. George Orwell. Okay, wonderful. You know an author. Let me just set you up for another timer. Anyway, we'll move on to SW3. Rita. SW3. Sweet Rita. God, I can't even read. Sorry. Sorry. Oh, well, okay. Skies.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. So it says passport bros are pedos. Passport bro Floyd Wallace arrested in Sao Paulo, Brazil for essay of children. It's sickening. It's really sickening that men will still support the passport bros over doing internal work on themselves and decentering women. I think the biggest thing that you see in this entire thing with men in 2026 is centering women in every single thing that they do. And even by quote unquote decentering women and focusing on themselves, it's still to attract a woman. It's a lot of oxymorons going around, and I think it's disgusting how men see women in this day and age. It seems like we've had evolution, but we've gone backwards 100 years, especially when I see women who are also supporting these rhetorics of putting women in these boxes and saying this is what women should and should not be, and this is the result. It is sick. These men are sick in the mind, sick in the heart, sick in the spirits, sicknesses that they have going on, diseases that they have going around, and they're passing them to children. If you think that you are entitled to another human being, you are disgusting. If you think that dating underage or dating younger women or putting women in this fantasy in your mind, in this image in your mind, and making these weird like, it's disgusting to me. And I think that we really, really, really need to understand that this is no longer TikTok conversation. This is no longer a debate rhetoric. These things that these men are doing, they're happening in real life. Real people, real young women, real people are being affected by these disgusting, nasty men. And it's only going to get worse. And it really, really comes from their minds and their mentalities and how they coexist with each other. There is nothing that I can fathom in my mind of what would make a man or anyone in this world do something to a child. And then people get on social media and they make these think pieces, and you're forgetting that there are children, the innocent involved in this. Children, babies, not having the chance to grow, being traumatized by disgusting men. And then they blame their disgusting, nasty natures, their pagan mentalities on Black women and say because we wear wigs and weave, that they make excuses on why they should go and be with children. Children. It's sick. It's disgusting. And a lot of people need to wake up. Wake up. Wake up. This is not about TikTok. This is not about your mind and how you see women. This is about nasty, disgusting predator people who are taking the lives and the innocence of kids. What about that don't y'all understand? What about the fact that these are babies, these are little babies who are not even developed yet? And when you think about it, a lot of us as adults did things before we were developed. A lot of us as adults had things happen to us before we were developed. So a lot of y'all know how that feels. Men as well. Men, you know how it feels. And then to go and pass that to children and then to defend these sick, disgusting men, you have no soul. Understand that. You have no heart. You have no spirit. You are a soulless, you are not a human. You are not even an animal. You don't even get to call yourself an animal. I can't even call you AI. You are disgusting. And then it's almost, it's just narcissistic. It's manipulative. I can't even fathom a word to describe this feeling that I have of disgust for the fact that people will justify touching a child. Studies say that your brain does not even develop until you're 25. I'm gonna end with this. I don't even have enough to pray for y'all. That is where I am with this. And understand that for me to say that is a big thing. But I don't even have enough wherewithal to pray for a lot of you. I'll land with that.
So first of all, that was amazing. And I'm gonna say this, like Sky is a young woman, right? And I did not see, maybe there was only one man that came up here with that level of anger towards this situation. And or it was maybe two. It was two. I'm gonna say it was two. Um, but somehow men are the protectors. Somehow men are the protectors. Like most often when things like this happen, when harm against children happens, it is women who are furious about it. It's women who are taking up the mantle. It's women who are trying to figure out how to protect and not just get vengeance. And so I do think it's very interesting when I post things like this and people like Water will come up on the panel and just about all they'll do is defend themselves and other men. And Game Changer, who just came back up on the panel just now, these two men, all they want to do is talk about, oh, there's good men, the good men. What about the good men? And I'm like, where is your fury and your anger towards this situation?
Man, I
Like,
told you it's
where
going
is
to
your
be a
fury?
P3do file, man.
Where is your fury? Where is your vitriol? Where is the like? Where is the disgust? Like when I see this and I see that this nasty, crusty man had his hands on children, I like this feeling wells up in my soul that gets to a level of like borderline murderous intent for these men. Thank you, Just Minding. But somehow I don't see that from a lot of these dudes. I don't see y'all that mad about it. I don't. But we do have, so thank you, Sky, for that. We do have Just Minding you to the panel. Welcome up, my love.
Good morning. Can you hear me? I just got off of work, so I'm trying to eat breakfast and do stuff like that too. I'm going to address the prompt. Passport bros are P3dos. Unfortunately, gentlemen, it's panning out to be that way. I mean, you've got plenty of countries that are making laws to keep you out of their country. You've got plenty of content creators that are from these countries stating they don't want you there. So now you're forcing yourself in a place where you're not wanted. But I do want to address this because I heard a lot of we're telling the truth, things you don't like to hear, stuff like that. What you need to understand when you get into a relationship with somebody, you also need to realize what is your truth, what is their truth. Your truth may not be their truth. So you're already right there incompatible. So if you're running around saying, oh, you just don't like what I say because it's the truth, that's your truth, sir. That's your truth. And if your aim and your goal is to be with women and women are telling you, sir, that's a little weird, sir, that's a little jaded, sir, that doesn't sound right. When do you sit back and say, hey, maybe something I'm doing is not correct. Maybe something I'm doing is not compatible for social relationships. When do you check yourself in your rhetoric? Because if you never check yourself in rhetoric, you will always be lonely. Men looking for young women, that's predatory. There's nothing you can say out your mouth that'll make anything sound good. I want a young woman who's going to be submissive. I want a young woman who's traditional. You don't know what traditional is. Because if you're African-American male, your women have been out in the workforce since they were born. Whether it's picking cotton, whether it's being a wet nurse, or whether it's cleaning these people's homes. So there's never been no traditional households for us. What it was is work. Us having children, us coming home, cleaning a house, cooking, taking care of a man who kicks his feet up and talks about traditional. You don't know what traditional is. You're looking at somebody else and wanting their life, not realizing it does not fit your life. And I'm going to land right here.
Sometimes you need to listen to other people. And if they tell you that's not what they want, that's not what they want. And if you can't even address that there's a problem, you're always going to be the problem. I could walk into a room and say, yes, some women do this, yes, some women do that. I don't do it, so I don't care. I don't react to it. But y'all react to every little thing and got to defend every little thing, even though it's not you. You're part of the problem. And I land.
Thank you, Just Minding. Can we everybody keep tapping, get up to 125k in the next minute or two? I just wanted to go into Game Changer. And, you know, I know that you've said a lot of things in the comments. You've heard a lot of what's been said. What's your thoughts now?
Yes, thank you. So, of course, no one here has been supporting P3DO files. Now, I know about a guy called a Passport Bro Coach, and he's married to a Latina lady. My friend's uncle is married to a Filipina lady. They live in the Philippines. I know many such cases. They're married to grown women. We definitely support that. You've attempted to frame the situation as it's only P3DO files. Well, the majority isn't even that. I definitely support these men. If they can't find success in the West, traveling elsewhere where they find success. Many of these passport bros go out there and they find a lot of success. And some people try to talk about, I think there was a girl called IJ, as if passport bros don't find success in Africa, like in Nigeria. Bro, that's like the easiest place for them because their money goes way too far there. 10K a year is like rich for them there. So I definitely do support these men going out. Like if they don't find you attractive in the West, go where you celebrate it. Some of these nerds in Asia are like it guy. They are the top of the food chain. And you know, Asia and places like Japan, these are rich places. So it's not only poor places.
Do you know what? No, it's
My
not.
spirit can't handle this. I got to go.
Okay. The thing is, though, we know that passport bros are going for SMEX tourism. That is their whole purpose because they self-report on it. So when they are going to these different countries, they're looking for women who are cosplaying to be much younger, a lot more petite. If they can't get access, they are though. They are
False
though.
narrative.
What's that? What's so
I'm
false
saying,
about it?
like, my friend's uncle is. No,
She
see,
was not
she asked
done.
me a
She was
question.
not done talking. You
Yeah.
interrupted. Let her finish.
So we're not saying that if men go abroad that they cannot have relationships with adults and have that consensual relationship and treat that adult to whatever they want. The purpose of SMEX tourism and passport bros is that they are deliberately going to vulnerable countries to try and do the SMEX tourism. So they're trying to look at legal loopholes where, you know, in different countries where the legal age of consent is 16 or 14, you know, that they can take advantage of that. Where in Thailand, where there has been known, in Manila, where there's loads of high levels of sex trafficking of children, these are men that are purposely going to different countries in order to have that type of access to women, femme-presenting people. And you know, you're trying to deny that reality. Nobody cares if people are going abroad to marry someone who is their age and they're not being exploited. We are particularly talking about men like this one on the prompt. There was an old rock star in the UK called Gary Glitter. He did the exact same thing. He was going to Thailand specifically for children. And there's loads of other kind of examples of it. We just don't hear about it because, again, children are not believed. Children don't have the same levels of rights. And everywhere in the world, the penalties that for the harm that happens to children is incredibly poor. So, yeah, that's why a lot of these men go there. That's why we don't hear a lot about it, is because they are purposely doing it
in a way that they do not get caught, or they leave in enough time so that the authorities don't catch up with them and they just move on to the next country. So that's what we're talking about. Hit dogs holler, and the fact that you have been defending those type of men consistently in the comments, ignoring what specifically we are saying, because we are
I should
talking
address
about the
it.
predatory people. No, you're not. You're trying to defend it because part of you is just as predatory as those men. It is all men until it's none. And the
Can I
fact is
address
that
that?
you're trying to make exceptions means that you're the problem. I'll land there.
Right. I told you.
Go ahead, Common.
Um,
Hello.
I'm just still listening.
Uh, um,
It's
No
a
worries.
lot.
can I
All
It's
right.
respond?
one second, sir. Let me Zinneman or Kinsley. Do you guys have anything you want to say?
I was gonna let Game respond back to Chacha, and then I would have said something.
Okay. Go ahead, Gamer.
Thank you very much. You know what she said? That's the false narrative I told her because I did tell her, I did say here that no one supports the P3D stuff. I haven't heard anyone defend that. I don't defend it. However, if they do go there to meet, let's say, women, grown women, and it's consensual, I definitely support it. Some of these men don't have success in the West. Let them go. That's what I said. I didn't defend any of the P3D stuff. That's the false narrative I was saying. When you try to frame everything as if it's with the children, that I don't support that. I don't support abuse against women. However, they can go there. And yes, I view men as providers. So if they do spend money, they're going to places where they're considered rich, so they can take care of the woman. They can pay the woman's bills. I support that. Like, yeah, go where you succeed.
Minding? Minding?
Thank you, Kingsley. Kingsley, thank you very much for that.
Here's
Sorry,
something.
Kingsley, I forgot as well. I forgot, sorry.
Do you want me to wait?
No, it's no, on you go. Just minding. It's okay.
Okay. I did want to say something. Stop that face. Stop that face. um, when you have to set qualifiers to things, you're a problem. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. I don't care if it doesn't, because when you set a qualifier, I'm going to define a qualifier. When you set a qualifier to something, you're dismissing anybody's idea. Okay. If there's one person that goes and commits this, that's one person too many. Now, because you come here, all these people don't do this. I'm going to let you know, I work in law enforcement. I'm going to let you know right now, very few of these men come back and get that visa bringing their woman back. Very few of them. So I'm going to tell you, you can't talk out the side of your neck in a political arena talking about immigration that say these men are bringing these women back. That visa starts at about $10,000. These men in the United States barely want to spend 20 on a 2-for-1 at Applebee's. So you have a lot of things that are contradictory, that make 100% pure sense, that is predatory. And even by your verbiage and your words, they go where their money is long. They go where their money stretches. They go where they can provide. They can't provide here, but they're not bringing those women back. They're not bringing those women back. They're not marrying those women. They're not choosing to go and stay in those countries and build a career and give back to the economy. They're going and they're coming home and they're complaining. They're going and they're coming home. They're going on vacation and they're going back and they're back and forth. That is sexual tourism. Now, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do, but call a spade a spade.
Yeah, if it's consensual, I support it.
With all due respect, I didn't interrupt you. If you support it, you also need to understand there's a bad side to it. And they're speaking about the bad side because it doesn't all stay cute and roses and gummy bears. Because there's also limits to consent. When you have a language barrier and you have a monetary barrier, you're taking advantage of those barriers, which makes you predatory. Now, these are your words out your mouth that you are not going to like. If I make more money than you and I'm coming to see you and I know that's what you want, I'm being predatory. That's the bottom line. So just live in your truth and say, yo, I like predators. I like being one. And eventually that itch is going to need to be scratched in a different way. And that's why you got these men being kicked out these countries. These are your words, sir. I used your words. Go ahead.
That's beautiful. I just want to follow up. I just want to follow up on what she said because I think what's funny is as the world shifts and geopolitics change, as the Western monetary systems that were based on the exploitation of these third world countries changes and their dollars increase, I'm wondering how men in the West are going to start trying to attract women because now the very same countries that they're going to that they think of as paradise, they're using age-old imperialistic stereotypes of the people in those countries, particularly their women. You know, they're using Asian submission stereotypes and all of this stuff, when really it's based on an exchange of SMEX for services. We know that those men aren't going over there to provide for women because they just want to provide. No, they want where their dollars go farther. They want to have access, sexual access to women using money. And when money is no longer in the equation, when you cannot leverage Western dollars or Western status to gain women any longer, and when those countries themselves are having their own feminist movements, their own women's rights movements, like now what? Like what happens then? What happens when all of a sudden you actually have to be a desirable, wanted, normal human being with a personality to attract a mate? That is what a lot of these men are running from. And it becomes particularly dangerous because when they cannot get mates in ways from prostitution, from sex work, the desperation kicks in and they start going younger and younger and younger.
Thank you. It's now Key's backup page.
Yeah. I got a question for the host or maybe Shasha. Is that your name, Chacha?
Yep, either one.
Yeah. I just got a question. Why do you guys keep muting people in the comments that don't go against
Can
like
you address the prompt?
Well, one second. People in the comments are being
see what I'm
muted if
saying?
they're being people in the comments are being muted if they're being disrespectful.
But
If they're
that's the
not being
thing. No,
sir. They're not being disrespectful, then no, they should not be muted. Can you address the prompt?
yeah, this is like my third page I'm coming back on. And I keep getting muted for my thoughts. And I haven't disrespected anybody, so I'm
Well,
very
now you get a chance
confused.
to speak to them. Now you get a chance to say them out loud,
Yeah,
and we
you're on
all get
stage
to hear
now.
them. Yeah.
Wait, what?
You're on stage. Tell us your thoughts.
No, I wanted to know why, like, it's echo chambery up in here.
Tell us your thoughts.
I already said my
No.
thoughts. I just wanted to know that.
Damn.
Oh, that's so
Why
sad.
can't y'all answer?
Uh,
So this is what
the thing is, see if
Y'all, this is why they be cussing me out on these TikToks.
because y'all be on that bull.
instead of wasting all that time, that could have just been you telling us your thoughts. But the reason why you're up here and not saying your thoughts is because they're creepy. That's why. The people who get muted in the comments are creepy bastards. So if that's you, I'm sorry, but I'm not.
Wow.
Ah,
Okay,
wow.
just wait for the 4 minutes, and then I promise you'll get to speak. Okay, I promise. Scout's honor.
Can I say what I was gonna
Scout's
say?
honor, and just wait the 4 minutes. Okay. Go ahead, Water, and then we got to get to bacon.
Okay. Yes. Like I said, Passport Bros movement is red pill. This is red pill activity. And in the black pill, we call this passport bro activity geomaxing. That means removing yourself from your current dating pool to another country to improve your dating standards because of some type of economic benefit that may enhance your status, right? And that's why they're going out there, okay? Simple as that. Y'all call the spade a spade. Now, Why are they doing this? It's because they have poor genetics most of the time. Most of the time. Now, there's nothing wrong with going to another country to date another partner, to date a partner. And finding a family over there. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But it's only coping if you are undesirable from your origin country.
Wow, thank you. That was amazing. Amazing. That was so enlightening.
No, I'm not even doing that face no more because y'all don't screenshot me. It's last.
I think we're getting a picture of what you look like at 90 with no teeth. Yeah, I mean, geomaxing. Do you know what? I'm going to try and put that into a sentence when I'm at the supermarket. Yeah, I'm just looking for the right lamb chops because I'm geomaxing. Is this from New Zealand or is it from Scotland? No. It's weird.
Now, let me speak about the black pill real quick. Now, can I speak about the black pill real quick? Because
Yeah,
they're
go
worse
on.
than the red pill. Like, that there was a unaliver called Jake Davidson. Jake Davidson, and from the south of England, he even unalived his mom along with 5 people. He was black pill, and it's the incel type of groups. Those are black pill. Like these people, they believe there's no hope. At least with the red pill, they think they.
Gumsy grand face. Yay!
Incels are not black pill.
You keep saying that. You keep telling us
You're
that. You can't
Incels
talk,
are a
guys.
group of
Guys, you can't talk. Nobody wants to hear you. Everybody's fed up. You've actually increased pretty subscriptions. Thank you so much. People have been desperate to
I know,
silence
right? I'm
you,
your cash cow.
and that's important. So you're doing
Good
the
job.
goddess's work. FM.
I love black women.
No, you don't.
Oh, thank y'all so much. I gotta jump off of here. Y'all have a great one.
Instead of listening to Walter, I
Bye,
think do the
lovely.
research
Bye.
on black. Do research
Oh,
on black pill, not Walter.
Gentlemen,
Sir, I am
Bacon,
a
one
member.
second. Shush. Bacon, go ahead, Bacon.
Hello. I think a lot of my thoughts have already been echoed, but I do feel like it does need to be said as what it is, which is predatory behavior. At the end of the day, if you are reducing relationships to monetary value and you are reducing yourself to somebody who could provide money in exchange for love or exchange for a wife, I would say you're technically no different to somebody who's going outside and, looking for a, person to sleep with. Like, you might as well go to the back streets of Amsterdam, red light district, and do the exact same thing there because you are reducing people to what they monetarily have. You are using the fact that you hold a better economical status over somebody else to essentially force them into a relationship with you. And I feel like denying that fact is denying what you are, which is unfortunately a
You
predator.
said force. No one is forcing anyone to do anything.
Okay, but here's the thing, putting stress on somebody. Okay, when you go into a different country and you find somebody who's in an economically poor situation and you present yourself as having more money and being able to provide them a better life, do you genuinely think that they are going with you of their own free will, or are they going with you because of their circumstances? I would say that's coercion. That's not necessarily going with you out of their free will because they love you, because you're an amazing person. That is called coercion. And if you coerce anyone into doing something, that is illegal.
Adults. Why do women in the West like Elon Musk and Donald Trump? Is it
Nobody
of
cares, and
money?
you're not allowed to talk yet. You're not allowed to talk yet.
But I think the difference between red pill and black pill is black pill wear leather jackets and sunglasses at night time, and the red pill guys, they're still in their pajamas. Maybe that's the difference.
Black pill will tell you women in the West also love money.
You haven't got any time to talk. You've still got a minute and a half. So yeah, that's the difference between the two. And it's a big difference, guys, because leather jackets are cool.
And the funny thing is, when it comes to the West in
Actually, Cha
particular,
Cha, you're actually blue pill.
I'm blue. No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Fucking no, I'm
You're
rainbow
very blue
pill.
pill.
Rainbow blue, and then I take 4 green at night, 2 yellow in the morning.
You guys are blue pill.
No, no, no. I've got loads of different colours of pills. Most of them are white
Have
and
you ever
yellow.
watched The Matrix?
I created the Matrix.
I think he's
Hold on,
A
one
answered.
black
second.
You
woman
done
actually
asked the
made The
same shit
Matrix.
15 times. You done already said that line. You got to come up with some new
A
shit.
black woman actually wrote The Matrix.
Please come up with some new
just
shit.
Exactly, it was me.
No,
just
you're
to
That's
say,
not.
not
You're not African American.
I'm sorry. Just to
I
say,
am
No, you're
not
damn.
not.
African
You're
American.
Scottish.
How does
Not
a female
African
have white
American.
privilege,
You're
Tata?
Scottish.
Let
You're
us know,
Scottish
Tata.
African,
How does the white
I'm
privilege
black.
work?
I am
not
fucking black.
African American.
I'm black.
African
I'm
American
so weak.
I'm
are
black.
separate.
And my father is African American. You might know him.
Your father,
His
you
name's Derek. Do you know him?
Scottish.
He's Derek though. Do you
Black
know him?
pill.
Do you know Derek? Now,
You know
because
Derek.
you should use your black shining,
Black pill.
or unless yours has disappeared because you're wearing
I don't
leather
have
jackets
a
and
timer.
tinfoil hats.
The timer is gone. The timer is gone. You know that, right?
No, I can
Oh
actually
Let
say
me
God.
get y'all some
Derek,
more money. Let
that
me get y'all
is
some more money.
wild.
Can I get y'all some more money?
No, I actually
you
don't
Give us
want
some
money to
self
drop
money
you. Like, you're
first.
just getting on my nerves. That's annoying.
but just
I'll drop you for free.
when it comes
Yeah,
to the
guys.
money thing as well in the West, it's kind of interesting to use the argument as women in the West love money when we can see it from statistical data. Well, I know in the UK, I don't know typically about the US, and the UK is considered a Western country anyway. So in the UK, it has been statistically proven that men and women gravitate towards each other when they are of similar socioeconomic economic standards. So people who are poor tend to get together, people who are rich tend to go together. So at the end of the day, people who are in close proximity to each other will date and be in relations with each other. So this whole argument of women want this one thing and they only like this one thing and they kind of refuse this other thing is completely false. Like majority of people marry within their socioeconomic group. And in the UK, statistically, women tend to marry under their socioeconomic group.
Okay, so let me answer. The men with the most options in the West are the men with the most money.
One second, game. Give me a second because I want to speak. I was actually going to agree with the idiot that dropped if he would stop talking long enough. I agree with him in that I do think a lot of what's happening is blue pill. I don't think passport bros are necessarily red pill because passport bros are operating from a very traditional mindset, and red pill, they claim to be awoken, right? The problem is that whether you're blue pill, red pill, black pill, purple pill, pink pill, you're still dangerous. You are all complicit with P3DO behavior, right? From men. Because whether you're blue, black, red, or whoever, they are all complicit with this harmful behavior. And I do think passport bros are traditional. Why do I think they're traditional? Because P3DO behavior goes back centuries. Y'all have always wanted kids. Y'all even admitted that the Lord your God impregnated a 13-year-old and had Jesus. His mama was 46 when he unalived at 33.
Yeah, I'm not religious, but okay.
I don't care about you. I'm not talking to you. I was actually talking to water. So yeah. Anyways, go ahead.
Yes, about the money things. The men with the most options in the West are the richest ones. So they like sports stars, these big rappers, because they've got money. If they didn't have it, they were just regular sports player without money. They wouldn't like them. We know that the black pill will tell you that women mate across so the social hierarchy or upwards, men mate down. Like when they like Elon Musk, he just had a kid last year with a 26-year-old. It's not because he's very attractive or he has a nice personality. He's got the money. All these Nick Cannons or Rick Ross is changing women every 2 months. Like, it's the money. Even women in the West like money, right? So it's not only women in other countries. These men are
You've said
going
that now,
to
game
places.
changer. Can I just jump
Why
in
is he
quickly? Then
always saying the same thing over
Yeah,
and
thing
go on.
over and over. I
over?
No,
know.
They're reading off their script today.
I
The
was
red
I
pill
was
being
responding to
given the
Beacon.
script
I
for
was
Yeah,
today.
responding
but
to
but we
Bacon.
heard you. You said the same thing, but I just wanted to
No, can I
clarify.
clarify? No,
No,
you
no,
They're
no,
interrupt
off
every
no,
time.
script. The other
no.
guy's gone now. Come up with an original thought, please.
I just wanted to say this. Then it's just minded my business. That if men actually started trying to be decent human beings, being kind, being considerate, actually listening to what women want, you'll find that we want to date men who are emotionally regulated, have emotional intelligence, have their shit together, and are not going to treat us like a piece of meat. That's it. And like Bacon had said, we marry people within our economic class. So as much as the money might be exciting, it doesn't keep people in a marriage. Hence why Trumpty Dumpty's been divorced as many times as he has, because people can't stand him. His wives hate him. Melania hates him right now as well. And it doesn't keep people in that marriage. But men are complaining about it because you don't have access to smecks. But it's because your personalities are repugnant. That is your own doing. You can't be a decent human being and see people's humanity. You try and defend predatory men like Musty Musk, like this guy on the board, and
They're
other
not
men.
trying to
Like,
defend
stop,
him. I said
stop
women
talking about
dating.
it. Stop talking. And you try to defend that kind of a behaviour instead of objectively looking back and thinking, do you know what?
That narrative, like, fuck you,
How
man. I'm out.
horrific it is. Stop talking, game. You're
This
getting
narrative,
emotional.
fuck you, man.
Hold on, man. I'm coming back. They
Fuck you,
resurrected me from the
man.
dead. Man, that's not fair, man. That's not fair, man. It's not not fair.
I'm out. I'm gonna take my ball and go.
He's like, I can't grow a personality. Grow a personality. Water, stop talking. Do you know what? Do you know what? No,
Shut
Water, I
up.
can't deal
Shut
with
up,
you
Cha
now.
Cha. Shut up.
Can't deal with you, Water. You're too. Oh, a double crash out. Surely that's an award.
But did you hear him, Cha Cha? He was like, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back, man.
Why do they say that? Like we can't read their screen names and see the pictures. Also, Cha Cha, how's your white privilege? Is it still in effect?
Fucking
Like, oh
hell.
my gosh.
Oh yeah, I mean, do you know what? I just went to the doctor and said, you know what, just give me all of the opioids and everything else. And they went, do you know what? Here's some Tylenol. Bye. Yeah.
Yep. No, you can't have the Tylenol. It causes autism.
God, I know the
Oh my
craziness.
god.
But yeah,
I'm just really confused though, because majority of people in the West aren't rich. Like, technically, they're all considered in a low socioeconomic group. So, what's this ideal? Like, does that mean that nobody's marrying anyone? Like, nobody's in any relationship because we're all waiting for the same top 1% of people to come around? Is it like we share? Does somebody get him one day and then I get him the next day and we just share the same 10 men between however so many million women? Like, majority of people in the world are poor. 90% of the world is poor. Where does this idea that women are only after rich men come from? That's statistically just not evident or true.
I think they do it because it's like self-sabotage. It's an excuse for them being rejected. So if they say, oh, well, women want 6 foot, 6 figure, 6 packed men, then it means that they're automatically expecting a no, and it's because of these things, not because they're boring, not because they're predatory, not because of all the million flaws, not because of bad body hygiene, furry teeth. It's not because of any of those things. It's purely because we don't fit 666 when it's not. You know, we know that Elon Musk is unattractive. He's a 4, and he's paid that money to be a 4.
No, that's the crazy part. He's a fool after spending hundreds of thousands of he's the richest person. You mean he has the access to the best surgeons on the planet, and them
And
niggas
that's
did
what came
that
up.
to him. They
Yeah.
said, nah, you's a
Listen.
bad person. I won't even pull it
But
back.
not even
I
just this.
can't.
This man be talking walking like
Exactly. It's just, and the thing is, though,
like what's with the posture? Just stand there.
No, cause why he built like that? Stop.
like Frankenstein,
It's real misshapen. I don't like it. It's like paper mache. It's not right.
he's like a triangle. He is like shaped like a triangle, upside down, like Frankenstein. I'm sure they've found the parts. He might have passed away years and years ago, and they've just glued them together with a stapler and some
Not with you,
electricity.
Cha Cha. What is with you today? Cha Cha is saying y'all will never hear the end of it for not making me win best roaster. So I'm gonna show
Absolutely.
y'all.
I
Okay,
can make it up for it.
I'm gonna show y'all better than I can tell you that I deserve to win best roaster.
It's just maddening though, because like, I just don't get it. Yeah, but they just don't want to have a personality. They don't want to have to think or be decent. So if they make up the rules and say that we're the ones that are choosing these things, I mean, they've retired so many 304s, myself included, because I can't, I can't bear to hear them talk bullshit. I'm like, nope, I'm going home. I'm not shaving my legs for this shit. No way. Now retired.
I would say
My goodness.
the traditionalism point is an interesting point as well, though, about them claiming that they want traditionalism. I would say that when it comes to people, especially like black people claiming they want traditionalism, a traditionalist household, I see it as synonymous with white supremacy, unfortunately. Like the traditional household that existed with the nuclear family, the stay at home mother, that existed for a specific group of middle class white people. And that kind of thing only existed for around 60 years. It didn't
Yep.
even take up majority of historicity. It was something that was fed to people in order to take away community and in order to uphold capitalism. It's a white supremacist whistleblowing point. I don't take anyone seriously who claims that they're going to other countries to seek traditionalism. Even in other countries, they don't live in that kind of world of, oh, the woman stays at home and she doesn't do anything. They all have to work because they all are in a lower socioeconomic area. People who are poor have to work as being poor. I'm so sorry. Like even the middle classness, like the nuclear family thing, wasn't even able to be, given to black people. Black women have always worked alongside black men, so that whole idea of a traditionalist family never even applied to black people anyway. So black passport bros confused me with the whole traditionalist mindset. You're not finding anything traditional there. You are upholding white supremacy, in my personal opinion.
I agree.
Facts.
Black Betty.
Um, I good morning, y'all. I just came in because I saw this and I watched the video, and there was a conversation I was having last night, and two times I knew exactly where it was going. One was with a man, one was with a woman when we were talking about age gap relationships. And I think that people who believe in age gap relationships for people that are under the age of 25, passport bros, red pillars, and P3dos, they're all the same people. They all run in the same crowd. It goes from the first thing that they're going to tell you is, well, they're at a legal age to where they can buy cigarettes. They can legally sign up for the military. They can legally drink alcohol. So they're old enough to make a decision whether they want to date some man that's 20 years their senior, They always say that. And then I just sit there and wait. I just let them talk. And when they talk long enough, they start talking about the age of consent. And they want to define the difference between prepubescent and an adolescent. Why? They're still children, but for some reason, they don't see it that way. And those same people that want to talk about the age of consent, they also believe, well, if the age of consent is 16, then they should be able to date somebody older. It's not about the age, it's about your life experience, as if you want to cause more trauma to a teenager by letting them date somebody that's way older than they should be dating. But they believe this. And once you understand that they believe that if they're legal, then it's good, then they're the same people that you will find that also believe that if you can go to a different country and the age of consent is younger, then that's legal too. And those people are also the ones that will get caught up in other countries where certain things are not necessarily legal, but certain things are, there's you could turn a blind eye towards it and they'll get caught up like this man in that country. And I bet you that, I don't know who this man is, but I bet you, well, obviously he's a passport bro. They all run in the same crowd. So yeah, I just noticed that, and yesterday, and I was just like, been there, done that, seen it, all heard it all before. You guys are all the same. I really, and I don't like to I don't even want to differentiate. I don't even want to say some passport bros. If I see you guys hanging out, if I see that you're a passport bro, I know you're good with the rib pillars, and I know a lot of y'all like to protect P3dos with that age gap conversation. Y'all all run in the same crowds to me.
Facts. Just minding, did you have your hand up in the comments earlier?
Yeah, I just find it weird that they keep going back to money and finances. I'm not understanding why they keep doing that. It's like they don't understand, just by saying that it's predatory in itself. And they can't address the fact that you've got these bad apples that are representing them ever so loudly. This young man just made this case like at the beginning of the month. He's an active open case, and there's plenty of them that are going to these countries and either impregnating these women and running off, or unaliving these women and catching charges. But they want to keep sitting up here and talk about hypergamy. I think they're really missing the point on purpose. It's not about dating. It's about being a predator. And you're encouraging predatory behavior that's obviously turning out to be harmful. It's turning out to be harmful at every which way you look. None of this pans out to be good. Even the men back in the day who brought women back to the United States, those women will tell you that they were being financially abused. They were not allowed to get jobs until they got a green card. That's predatory. Because forever long, that lady was under his thumb till she got up out of it. She was miserable. Now, if you can't stand on your own 10 toes and find somebody compatible for you, or make the changes for you to be compatible with somebody, something's wrong. Something's wrong. I'll go to land right there.
They're paying for submission over there. And for some reason, they don't like to admit it. They want to say that the United States, women are not submissive, blah, blah, blah. So they're going to go to the other countries. I was like, yeah, you're going to go to the other country and buy submission over there. I said, there are, so I have a friend on this app that, she says people are not traditional or modern or traditional. They are conditional. And a lot of times the submission that you want comes with a condition. Well, if you're going to pay all my bills, then I'll let you lead. I'll be submissive if you give me the soft girl life and I can, do what I need on your dime. And men know this, but it's too expensive to do it out here in the United States because of, the inflation and things like that. So you could go to another country where your money runs longer and buy submission over there. But they don't want to admit that they're buying submission over there. By if you go to a woman over there, and you can give her $200 and that will feed her entire family for a month. So she's folding your clothes and making you dinner and stuff like that because she's so grateful. You are buying submission from her because she is grateful that you could feed her family. But you don't think that that's buying submission? I think that a lot of these men are delusional. I don't know if they're just lying to themselves or if they think that they are just that good of a guy that these women want them. But I don't know. I'm leaning towards the delusional end.
I'm so weak. I will say half of them are delusional. I will definitely say, but the other half, they go there to participate in SW. And I'm talking about consensual adults because children are victims of trafficking. They are not SWers. So they go over there. They're like, listen, I got $200. I'll be able to stay with this lady for a whole week, or whatever the hell they have in their fucking mind. They have some type of weird fantasy where I'm just a millionaire because I brought $50 with me. So they do feel like, okay, she really do fuck with me. And then the other ones are like, no, I know I'm a trick, which is good. You should know your place. Like, don't be delusional. That's weird. Like, now you making it weird.
What I find funky is that they don't realize what happens to them when their money runs out. When their money runs out, they're back.
Oh, yes, they do. You remember that dude who was on here asking for cash apps? He was like, hi, I'm stuck in Bali because he was paying for escorts out there and didn't have money to get back. He missed his flight. hmm They know what happened when that money run out because not one of them escorts said, hey, baby, you can stay with me for a couple hours. Not one. They said, get the fuck out.
They didn't spend no money either. They didn't even pay for a meal for him. He was in the airport hungry.
Listen, hell no.
I also like tend to notice that there's a constant trend with passport bros where they'll come online and they'll talk about how they brought, like, the ones that do bring their women over, they talk about how they bring the women over and then the women end up leaving them in less than 3 years. And then they start warning these other guys about how, your woman can be westernized. And in reality, she's just more privy to rights. She now knows her rights. The woman will even come out and say, he disrespected my family. He didn't allow me to have the life that he promised me. And I was like, okay, that's great. So it was a transactional relationship. You didn't hold up your bargain. She figured out in this country she has rights, she has the ability to leave, and she has access to the money that you basically told her that you had, and she decided to do that. So it's like all roads lead back to these women don't have money, these women don't know their worth, and these women are in places and in countries where their rights aren't held up constitutionally by the government. Like, that's all it comes down to. Women's rights, in my personal opinion.
Also, what I think is that the average
Absolutely.
they don't
Oh,
want to accept.
your audio is messed up.
I'm sorry. I said they don't want to accept there's a problem because not only do roads lead to that, when you say that they don't keep up with their end of the bargain, they're doing that to everybody. They're doing that to women. So they really all low roads end up with them. They're the problem. You can't supplement not being the problem with money. You can't grow a personality. You can't grow treating women any better because once you would.
That's not true, just Mandy. I do have a couple personalities in my backyard right now that are about to bloom.
Oh gosh, no.
Go ahead.
No, you can't. I mean, if you're not willing to put in the work to make any type of change or difference, you're still going to come up with the same results, no matter how long or short your money gets.
Yeah, there's something that's Zinneman said about just saying that you're a trick, which would be nice, right? But a lot of these men don't come off as, hey, I'm just a trick and I just go over to these countries to get to trick and then I come back. They sell passport bros as they are looking for traditional women and they can't find it in the US, so they're going to go to these countries to find a woman. And then when we even say, no, you're a trick, you're going over there to sleep with S workers, and they're like, no, no, that's not true. I don't know what you're talking about. Not me and my friends. So it's just the gaslighting for me.
That's Bacon in the comments said it. That's what they used to be called, mail order brides. They used to go out there, get them a little wife and come back, and she would still leave their ass. But now it's some type of weird flex that y'all think that those women don't have access to the internet. They don't know how money conversion works. It's very strange. Like, and that's why I think it's funny. I will say they love to come over here and be like, we can spend this, that, whatever. Y'all are tricking off on them women. I hate to like act like, no, baby, y'all are spending top dollar with them women, and you think that those are the top women of the country. In your head, they would be the lowest of the low, right? Because y'all think the 304s are the worst thing on the planet. But somehow you paying them women rent for the whole year. I guess.
To what Bacon was saying earlier, the same thing I was saying, that it's the same thing that happened with the Nigerian men who go back home, who come back home. When they come back home, they don't come to the cities. They will go to the villages, right? So in their minds, like even the women in the cities are too exposed. That's what they say. That's literally the word they use. They say they are too exposed, right? Now these men have plans. Their plan is that they'll get that woman, bring her abroad. Now the top job is getting them to become nurses, right? So they train the women, pay for the women to go to school as nurses. Why? Because they believe eventually the nurses will start going to work and handing over their salaries to them.
Wait, so they're trying to get the women educated?
Oh yeah,
Yes.
This
So
sounds
they are
like a
trying.
losing strategy.
Yes. So
I'm.
wait. No. So in their plan, they get the women educated, but the women don't know any better. So the women will still be grateful to them for them having paid for their education.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
So that
ridiculous.
so they use the women as a retirement plan for themselves.
wow.
So
What's
of course, what then happens is those women go abroad, get that education, and then get the same knowledge that everybody else is getting. Get exposed to a better life. Get exposed to the opportunities. Understand that hey, I don't have to be a retirement plan for some grumpy old man
Mhm.
who is basically a predator, right? So,
That
and
is
that's literally what
interesting.
happened. So, and in for instance, in my country, how it started was the men in the cities were doing the same thing of going to the villages. They would leave the women in the cities, go to the villages, get a wife, bring her. The same thing. Like it's like they never learn. This thing has been happening to your uncles, your fathers. They've done these things. They went to the when they were in Lagos, in the cities, Lagos, Abuja, these main cities. You go to your village, bring the wife. After a while, the wife becomes smart. That's what they say, and they use smart as something derogatory,
Yeah, it's very bad.
right? They make smart sound like it's derogatory, right? So now it's not working in the city for you anymore. So what do? You go abroad and still do the same thing, and you still have the
Thank
same
you.
result, and you don't learn, right? So it's like men all over the world. It's not just like so. It's I mean they are literally the brothers of the passport bros. So you do the same thing. You have the same what's it called
Mindset.
result
Yeah.
year in year out. Yet it's the women that are the problem. It's not you.
Thank you, IJ. And we've got Swank.
Wow.
I know. Swank on the bottom. I know you'd said a lot of stuff in the comments. It was really boring and I can't remember. So if you can enlighten us all and let us know what you think about the prompt.
I think a passport cannot turn you into a peddler. I feel like if they was definitely peddlers before they got their passport. I don't think your passport turns you into a peddler. Simplicity.
I think, in all honesty, I think that it's just
What?
giving them more opportunity.
No, but
So
one second.
and the
Who?
guy in the
What?
prompt.
Give me
Nobody
one
said
second.
that.
Can you hear me? Well, one second. Can you guys hear me? Oh, so
Yeah.
no one said that. Like, that's actually the point, is that somebody will get their passport so they can exercise their predatory behavior. So they go to places that have less rules right, than what they think the United States has. And what I actually think it is, the United States has the largest human trafficking ring in the world. The only difference is in America, the only men who get access to the pie are white rich men. So the only difference that's happening here is not like they're safe in America. You're just too poor to afford it in America. You're not a part of the inner circle of P3dos in the United States of America. So you need to go out to go get access to what the rich white men get here.
But
But
pretty,
believe me, they're the same type of people.
but pretty. That makes them pedophiles, right? Does that make them like
So
passport?
monitor the language,
Some
P3dos. But yeah.
some of the one thing I don't know why I got brought up here. All I said was there was only one picture on my ID. I ain't never been in a gang. There's only one name on my
Swank,
passport.
swank,
I am
swank.
not your brother.
Swank. Nobody is accusing you of anything. We are talking about passport bros and the men who are going abroad specifically for SMEX tourism. I don't know why every man comes up here and acts like a hit dog. Hit dogs will holler. So when men are coming up here trying to defend other men by saying, oh, no, it's not just about a passport, it's people who identify as passport bros. They identify that they are specifically going abroad, and they often say to get more traditional women. But that is all that is code for taking advantage of vulnerable women and children. So it's not about the passport in itself, it's the intention behind it and what they plan to do when they go abroad. It's also where they go abroad. So they're not going to countries where, like, they're not coming from the US and coming to the UK to try and get women, or vice versa. They're going to underdeveloped countries where women don't have much rights, where the age of consent is maybe lower than the US, and they're specifically targeting vulnerable SW workers. Do you know what I mean? They're doing that. So we're not just pulling this out of our arses and saying this is what it is. A man gets a passport and they're automatically that. It's the men who self-identify. They say themselves, oh, I'm going to go abroad and get a partner, or I'm going to go abroad and get a wife. But they go to those poorer countries specifically to get those vulnerable women. And so men have to decenter themselves in these conversations. And if you're going to get your passport just to tour and travel the world, fantastic. But what we're talking about is very much specific, the men who are doing it for that purpose, for SMEX tourism, and it is a thing. Just minding, and then we'll go into
I'm not
supervillain.
gonna. I'm not gonna lie. Sex with kids is out of line. Like children is out of line. I don't. I still don't see a problem with a single man with no kids, a swank like me. I still don't see no problem with
Okay.
like
I'm gonna say
safely going around the world doing your thing. Like
Wink.
I don't understand. Like people do it in America. What's the difference in traveling the world?
I'm gonna
Okay,
say
so what's the difference in traveling the world and looking for
Just minding
Minus
had
the
her hand
kids.
up in the
Like minus the
comments.
like kids
What
is crazy.
y'all, one
I agree with
second.
y'all.
The
But
host
what?
is trying to give an order, guys. Come on.
I'm listening.
Not the host, the mod. Just minding, go ahead, love.
I'm gonna say this, Swank, and I don't mean to sound disrespectful, but it's gonna sound disrespectful. I'm looking at this post. I see this gentleman, I see what's being said, and I see the reality of what's going on. I don't understand why y'all always come up here and talk about something that we're not talking about. The reality is this is what this young man did.
Oh, I was brought up here. My fault. I didn't request to be up here.
Go back
My
on mute.
bad. I didn't. I was requested to be up
Go
here
back
based
on
on
mute.
something I was.
Please go back on mute. Just listen to what I have to say before you respond. Because whether you requested or not, you came up and spoke. And when you came up and spoke, the first thing you said out your mouth is, I feel. But I'm looking at the obvious. I'm looking at the brass tacks information. You can look this young man up. It was an international post. It's in the news. This young man is making you gentlemen. See here, you come off of mute again. I don't understand it. It's like whatever that has to be said irritates you so bad.
Damn, you got control like that. I'm just.
I'm, I'm asking to be able to finish what I have to say. I understand how you would have a response, but don't listen to what somebody has to say. I'll wait till you come off teacup too, because I like your undivided attention too. I'm sure he's going to drop out anyway. I don't understand why they come up and don't see and don't do the research that this is an actual situation. This man came out maybe about the middle of last year, and everybody was on his side as a passport bro. He's this, he's that, he's doing this, he's doing that. I think even Pub responded to one of his videos that he was putting up. He still has an account that's up that you can watch that all these passport bros were promoting him. Now you see what he's doing on the flip. I don't understand why you can't respond to what this man is doing on the flip, because it makes y'all look bad. Why don't y'all ever respond to these men that make y'all look bad? You want to talk about your cousin, uncle, friend, brother, left cousin, whatever, and what you do. No, we're talking about what is actually going on. And y'all can't respond to that. That is actual facts of what's going on. You've got these men that are going to different countries, doing nefarious things that's causing us to now, they no longer want us there. When they see a group of us coming, they don't want the men there. They're checking people's cell phones. But you're too busy coming up talking about yourself and how you feel and what somebody should do with a passport. You're not talking about the bad people that are amongst you making you look bad. I like to hear one man come up and say, that man does not represent us. That is horrible. They should not be doing that. Address the problem. Stop downgrading the problem. Stop deflecting the problem. Stop acting like it's not a problem. Stop acting like you don't know these men do this. Stop acting like you don't know what the definition of a predator is. Have a actual truthful conversation where you address the issue. And I land.
IJ?
Yeah, it's them all coming up here and pretending like the whole point is that if you're a passport bro, basically you are a predator. That's all. The basis of what you've self-identified as is predatory. So it's not, oh, this particular guy is a PDF, therefore, but other passport bros might not be. No, the way you self-identify says that you are going to other countries to look for vulnerable women, meaning that you are a predator. So passport bro equals predator. So if you are coming up to defend that, like that's clear, then know that you are coming up to defend a predator. If you're coming up to say, oh, well, other passport bros, no, they self-identify as predators. So there's no defending that.
The thing is, Swank, this is what all the men do. Men are instantly defending men that they do not know, that are predatory, and don't give two thoughts about it. The only thing that you see is that you want to align with men because men and you have something similar, which is your predatory behaviour and attitude towards women and children. So instead of actually looking at the prompt, reading what's on it, looking at the pictures, and having a bit of understanding or going to double search what this guy's name is, what his deal was about. You didn't do any of that stuff, Swank. That's why I invited you up, because men like you are always the ones that are defending predatory men. And you said that none of your friends are like that. How would you know? They don't come out to you and say, do you know what? I'm really into that 14-year-old girl. They wouldn't tell you that. You're not their target audience. And the whole point of predators is that they're really good at hiding who they are. So again, if you're not looking for the threat, then you won't notice it. And that's why you guys are blind. It's not about men who have passports. It is about men who go on trips or vacations specifically to target young, vulnerable women. I don't know how many times that has to be said, but it does speak volumes that the men who we have to repeat that to time and time again are actually sympathising with predators because it resonates with you in some way. It really does. That's why hit dogs holler. You're hollering and we can see you.
Well, I think it's this. Like, I think it's a little bit more, right? I don't necessarily think, and that's why I agree with you on the Predator versus the P3DO, right? Because um, I saw in the comments earlier, he said, well, 304 is here, do that too. And I guess he missed the part when you spoke. Actually, give me one second.
Hi, Top Panda.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I'll mute up, let you
Hello.
guys finish.
Yeah, so like he forgot the part where he said we have no problem with two consensual adults getting it in, right? The problem is that unfortunately a lot of y'all are so unbearable that you guys turn off women who would have wanted to give you an opportunity. You turn off women who would have wanted to be a part of something with you because of how exhausting y'all are, right? But I think what's really interesting about y'all's thought processes on this is you came up to say, what's wrong with getting a passport? Getting a passport doesn't make you a predator. Last time I checked, men, women, and children all travel on passports. Passports are used to get from point A to point B, right? No one is saying having a passport makes you a predator, but what is interesting is you guys connect those two things. Every time we're talking about passport bros, you are connecting it to traveling outside. So that lets me know once again, a lot of y'all are severely male centered. I mean, female centered. And number two, you have predatory mindsets. You don't like enthusiastic consent. You like coercion. That's why you're comparing it to women here. It's not comparable. These men are going to find women a lot of times in dire situations that they could take advantage of regardless of age. And I can never understand how y'all don't see that. Go ahead, Tab.
Good morning. Happy New Year. I hope everybody's wealthier than they were in 2025 and 2026. And I hope everybody's health is top tier. Passport bros are PDF files. Yes, they are. And they only want women who are in need, in my personal opinion. They literally go to the bars. It's a page on YouTube that actually shows American men over in Thailand, and they are walking. My goodness, these girls, my son is 6 years old, and I'm looking at my son, and I'm looking at the young ladies, the young girls, because these are children walking with men with gray hair, black, white, European. I mean, and they are holding these kids' hands, and these kids are sitting on these men's lap. Y'all don't even go to the countries, like they won't even go to countries where, like, people are okay. They literally go to countries where women ain't got no choice but to perform femininity. They don't have no choice but to submit. If you've been hungry all week, if you are the only one taking care of your five siblings and your mom and your dad and your grandma and your grandpa and your auntie, yeah, she gonna submit to you. She gonna serve you on her hands and knees because she's hungry, because she's in need, and so is her family. Yeah, the men don't even go. I honestly thought they were going to get wives. Shame on me. Shame on me for trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. But no, they're predators. They are predators. I'ma stand on it. And nobody's proven different. It's a man on TikTok right now talking about he's upset that he brought his Filipino wife to America. It hasn't taken her long to become Americanized. It's only taken her 2 weeks. And now she wants to go back to the Philippines. And he's like, well, why not? Why you want to leave? And yeah, she figured it out. She figured it out. And that's why a lot of y'all won't bring them back, because when you bring her back, she's probably gonna escape from you. I just feel bad for my gender. Honestly, I do. Because they ain't got good intentions for those young ladies and those children. I'll mute up.
That is the truth. Escape is what you said. They are definitely. One second.
And I could never understand it either because I always laugh because I'm like, all that's gonna happen because a lot of them don't leave them, they don't keep them there, Tab. A lot of them try to bring them back, right? So the ones who actually do want wives, they bring them back. But then what ends up happening, and I laugh every time. I'm like, do you realize how smart women are? Like women, I feel like we're more tied to survival in a lot of ways than men are, and it's because we've been put in places of having to survive often. And like when they come to this country or another country where the men don't like the women there and they get exposed to the women there, what do you think is gonna happen? What do you actually think happens? They get their green card and they leave. I was arguing with Passport Bro Charles like a few months ago because now I don't panel with him at all since he made that disgusting comment and I found out about his song. But back when I did actually used to engage with him, one of the things he used to say was that, marriages on average are lasting 10 years for people with K1 visas. That's one of his stats, right? And I always laugh when he uses that statistic because that doesn't prove anything. The average time frame for you to get your green card in that kind of a situation is like 5 to 7 years. And then to get your citizenship. So like it makes sense that the marriages will fail after that. Because once those women are able to work, right? And they don't have to rely on you anymore. That's why when you have a green card, whoever files for that person per United States law, they are responsible for that person for the next 5 years. And the reason why is because oftentimes it takes a long time for them to secure employment. So it makes sense that once it's after that time, they leave y'all dumbasses. Like, first of all, that's like two military, you're in the military, that's like two terms right there. Boom, done. I've done my time. I'm a veteran now. I'm gonna get out and I'm gonna get my benefits. Like, I put in the work. You guys are so dumb. Like, you really think like these women are not gonna come here and they're not gonna see what women who are liberated look like, and they're not gonna leave you because you're trying to triangulate them and they're gonna pick up on it. And what's happening? Go ahead, Bacon.
And shame on any man who does go to one of these countries and farms women back to America. Shame on you for thinking that she's gonna bend to your will. The men in her country ain't shit. She's running from patriarchy in her country. You think she want to come to America and get her neck stomped on? You think she want to cook and clean and mule for you and breed for you? Like, she don't want to do it. She doing it because she wants her. Give us free, Eddie. We want free. She wants freedom. And she understands coming to the West affords her that possibility. And once, like Pretty said, once she's done her time in prison, okay, she's gonna get out and go ahead and get her benefits. She's done her time. And I don't blame her. 10 years is a long time to be putting up with some nonsense, to be breeding for a man, to be his in house cook, sex worker, child rearer, nanny, educational person. Yeah, I commend what the lady that left Kenya went to Vegas and she left that goddamn man within. She left as soon as possible. She left within 5 years. I'm following her on here. She glowed up tremendously. Yeah, you foolish. If you're a man from the West and you think you're gonna go get some unsuspecting woman that don't know no better, they got the internet too. They're on TikTok too, comparing and contrasting notes about you bitch ass niggas. So yeah, I mean, shame on him if he thinks that he got him one.
No, I agree. These women just needed the platform, to be honest. Like, they just needed a person to get them across the border, and then they go on and live their lives. And again, it serves these passport bros, well, it serves them right. That's what should happen realistically. But we also should be talking about the damage that they do in these countries to the poor surrounding population. There are whole villages in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and East Africa that have, unfortunately, loads of STDs rampaging through them, from younger women to literal children who have HIV, who have chlamydia, syphilis, because these men, these passport bros, came over and decided to sleep with them and grape them. And it's unfortunate. And these STDs are being passed around those communities. Children are being born with HIV from these foreign men that come over. And it's sad. And they won't acknowledge any part of that. They absolutely won't acknowledge that a large proportion of them are doing it.
Did you hear Bacon earlier when there was a man, I cannot remember his name. I think he was dropped or I was jumping into a meeting. But he said the quiet part out loud. He said white men have been doing this for years. As mail order brides. But as soon as the black man wants to do it, now y'all have a problem. And for me, I'm sitting here, I'm like, wait, are you trying to pull the Diddy? Like, are you trying to pull the what about Harvey Weinstein? Like, y'all really in 4K are telling us you want to be predators too. You want to be P3dos too. Let me get in on that child action like the white men do. Like, what is wrong with y'all? Like, we have already acknowledged that those creatures are inhumane. Why are you trying to be like them? I'm not understanding it. And once again, it shows y'all's lack of humanity. None of y'all are human. All of you guys are animals. And all that keeps happening is that the poor animals are looking at the rich animals and wanting to get what the rich animals get at a discount. Which is why y'all can't afford to be P3dos in America. And I'm going to keep proving that point because I don't think that there's less P3dos here. I just think the ones that get away with it in America are typically either protected by religion or protected by money. Lord, I don't get it. Go ahead, I'm. Hi, I'm.
I'm not. Am I breaking up or anyway?
You're all right.
Okay, good. I'm gonna keep this short and sweet. I'm a mansplain for men because for some reason this topic gets lost. Anytime you have to lead with your assets, benefits, compensation, money, whatever you want to consider it, anytime you have to lead with that outside of who you are as a person, you are acting as a P3DO. I don't know why that's such a hard concept for men to understand. But let's make this clear. You got a passport so you could pursue somebody who was less fortunate. That is P3DO behavior. I got up here specifically for Swank. Bro, I don't know why it's so hard for you to get it, bro. But the fact that you got it in pursuit of that is what makes you a P3DO. Okay? You are predatory. That is actually the definition of what being predatory means. It's seeking something where you can control the outcome based off of how you want it to play in your favor. How I can benefit from targeting a less fortunate person. I don't get why this is such a hard concept. Passport bros are by definition P3DOs. It's not hard to understand. Getting a passport doesn't make you a bad person. Everybody can get a passport. You can go wherever you want. The reason why you got the passport is what tells your intent. That's what tells you where you categorize. If I go get a passport because I want to go see the world, I'm a traveler. If I go get a passport because I want to learn some kind of whatever medicine, whatever, it doesn't matter. Then I'm studying. If I get a passport because I want women, I'm a predator. Period. And I'm gonna drop there.
Well, yep. Let's see if the mansplaining works. I don't think it will, but good try. Good try. Let's see. He said, "But you are a pedo, though." Oh my! I don't think it worked. Go ahead, Hank. Oh Lord.
Long time no see. Oh, let's. Oh yeah, passport bros are PD. I like PDF file myself. That's what I like, or PDF files. I think it's funnier. But oh, of course they are. Of course they are. I mean, I hear, man, I hear all kinds of things like that all the time. I mean, especially in this country where the odds are more in your favor. You can talk about personalities and character all you want to, but the odds are still in your favor. You just kind of have to be patient and pray about it, honestly, because that's just me though. I mean, you got to go to a whole different country. You are a weak bastard. Okay. You can't even do a simple thing like be patient, work on yourself, find what it is that you're looking for. But, and yes, and then whenever you see these passport bros, it's never like the woman their age. It never is. It's never like I'm trying to get this. I'm trying to find a heart-filled, with somebody my age who barely speaks English that I can have an intellectual conversation with, or, be in a serious relationship. No, they want somebody else that is just, that's going to be a little bit more impressionable, younger, cuter, longer, all that good jazz. And I'm telling you, man, like, as far as like YT men and going out of the country and stuff like that, they probably married somebody outside their country because they were actually over there for business. Okay, and that's how. And I don't have a problem with that. Even if
Nah, get the hell out of here. Nope.
Hard left.
You
That was
so
a
much.
hard
He's
Nope.
left.
white,
Nope. Nope.
protecting white people. Talk about they're there
No,
for
that
business.
Nope. Nope.
They're
Nope.
there to
they
pray,
went over there
sir.
One
for
sec.
mail order
No, one
butter.
second. I got it. I got it. I got it. Absolutely not. Ain't no. Y'all must not know me yet. I think all of y'all suck. Why in the world do you think I'm planning on having more smoke for black men than you, sir? Like, why do we keep doing? This is the wrong panel for that. This is the wrong panel for that. I don't do the white man, black man triangulation BS. I think all of you guys suck, right? I just think your suckage comes with a little bit of vitamin D deficiency and melanin lacking. That's all. I think your suckage comes with a little bit less rhythm and seasoning. But I think y'all suck. Like, for real. I don't know why in the world anybody would ever think they're gonna come up here and say, oh, the white men are doing it for business and that's why they. No. No. No, no, no. In Vietnam, in the Vietnam Raw, quite literally, there are entire generations of children without fathers because of those white men who went over there and preyed on those young women. White men are doing it here in America all the time. Have you ever heard of Utah, Idaho, any of the states in the middle of America, and how many sister wives, husband, children, brother, granddad, mixed up affiliation, incestuous family situations there are in those areas? We are not going to sit here and act like y'all are not the creators of P3. Actually, you're not the creators. That men in general are not unbelievably involved in the perversive nature of P3DO behavior. Y'all all do it differently and in a different font. There's no way you're gonna come on my panel and do that shit.
that's fair. That's fair. You know what? And maybe it's because I'm from the South and that's not very common down here. It's definitely not common down here
What's
because
not common down where?
Look,
hmm?
I never said that men are not predators. That's part of
Swank, shut up. We are slow cooking the white man right now. Can you sit down and wait your turn? Go ahead. Jeez.
Yeah,
What
no,
doesn't happen down where? Because I'm in Virginia. What doesn't happen down here?
people going outside of a different country just to find a wife or a woman.
Sweetheart, didn't your old friend literally get dumped by his Vietnamese wife?
Yeah, no, she was Filipino, and they built a resort in the Philippines, and they went to go live there, and he dumped his ass and sent him back. Kept all the money.
I don't
Dang.
know if you think like the South is just this honorable place, but they got sisters out here who are married because that man got the money. That's it. She don't like him, and I don't know if that's what y'all think, that the women who choose to marry y'all for the green cards like you or whatever. But like Pretty said, they leave you. They leave you pretty quick after the papers cleared. They're done. They're not playing that dumb
They
shit.
raised their kids here, and then she took her kids back there as teenagers. One was like pretty old, The other one was out of school. And
Man,
then
they must got way more money than I do. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, ordering a bride is probably not cheap, in my opinion. I think you probably have to have a nice little penny, you know?
Got to be, because man, I do not know anybody around me that has ever done that, but I've heard about it a lot. As she mentioned, the middle western states and stuff like that. That must be a thing over there, because I haven't been in that area of the country in probably 17 years. But if it is true, then man, I stand corrected on a lot of that. But man, I mean that's too expensive just to get what you want in life. So sometimes you can find what you want in life just where you're at. You just got to be patient. I know I did.
That's my face right now. That's how I feel, okay?
Yeah. No, it ain't gonna change. You know why it won't change
Hey,
though?
hey, 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 hey. I'm in Mississippi. Y'all don't have to leave the country because y'all still marry children. The Southern Baptist Church fights against making it illegal to marry children. Men in the South, especially white men and especially evangelical white men, don't have to leave the country because y'all still marry children.
Remind me not to drive down the Mississippi then.
It's all over the fucking South. Don't play dumb. Don't play dumb. Don't play like you don't know that's a thing.
All it is a
Don't play
research,
like a
Hank.
man didn't lose the Alabama Senate race because he was cruising a fucking mall for girls.
Talk about it,
Little
Doc.
girls.
And what decade was that?
This decade. Now what?
Virginia is the only state in the South where 18 is the age of consent, no exceptions. You cannot marry a child. Like, I don't know where you be having these ideas, but y'all need to stop saying shit off of your feelings. You feel like some shit don't happen, so it don't happen. That don't track. Sorry.
That don't
You
track.
got the Tennessee legislature trying to keep teen pregnancy a thing so that they don't lose congressional seats, and you're pretending like the South is some honorable place that don't prey on women and girls. Please be fucking for real.
Language.
Fuck you.
They come up here and do that,
I put the money in tip jar, pretty.
like this pink bag just did. He one of them. He up here to triangulate. He up here lying. Well, in the South, they don't. Boy, if you don't go check the goddamn stats, if you don't go do a Google search or a motherfucking Chat GPT, you up here with your white ass talking about, well, that doesn't with your micro fucking aggressions, making fun of the way people talk, bitch. I can't believe you even up here. Honestly, go do some research, Hank, with your lying ass. Go do some research up here in a
I
black
will.
space.
Oh, I didn't know this was a black space. I thought this was a general conversation
No,
about
it's not,
passports.
motherfucker. When you start talking like that, when you start trying to triangulate black men and white men, and the South is predatory as fuck. All you have to do is Google, Hank. Go Google.
You know what? I'd rather read a newspaper.
Okay, well, shut the fuck up then and stop coming up here.
Everything has to be Googled nowadays. Nobody's read a newspaper in this panel for a while, apparently.
I think it's
Oh
just
Lord,
to
what did Tab do to get my live restricted?
She simply spoke against
She said that
a
man have
YT man.
beautiful YT devil eyes. That's what she said. And he have
Yeah,
them nice YT
exactly.
devil eyes.
I think it's really, really rich when,
Guys, real
and
quick, can we please put I love TikTok shop in the comments, spam the comments, all the things, because the live has been restricted for 10 minutes. But go ahead, Cha Cha.
I literally
I think,
got something from a TikTok shop waiting on me at the post office.
ooh, what did you get? Something nice?
No, a mop bucket.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think it's rich when YT men are trying to triangulate us against black men, especially when the only race that they ever win in the UK and in the US is being number one in sex offences against children. Literally, that is the biggest, you're the biggest winners of that race. There's no way we're catching up to that. So it's really rich that they come up with that idea that it's only in black men or it's something somehow not in the South, especially when when there's a lot of YT families that are not only related, but there's incest and all sorts of stuff going on, especially within
the YT community. So it's so strange that they're always saying, oh, well, it's the foreigners or it's the black men or it's this men. No, you guys are the biggest sex offenders of any race. Congratulations, your first race that you've won.
I'll say this. And I'm pretty sure, Hank, you may have met me over on Poetics panel, but I don't know if you remember, I was probably one of the only black women that like didn't really do the whole black man, white man triangulation thing, because I don't believe in that. I think it's sad because I actually think this is another form of predatory behavior as well. I think a lot of the white men that kind of go over into the spaces where black women triangulate black men against white men. I actually think a lot of those white men are predatory because they sense the desperation of those women, and then they prey on it. Right? It's a similar thing. You're going into another culture because you sense that they are lacking something you think you have. So you kind of go over there, do the nice guy thing, say the right things, and then in turn take shots at like their culture, take shots at their way of life to try to act as though you can do something better for them. And I don't really fall for that. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't think a lot of black women, at least over in this side of TikTok, fall for that. I definitely not in my space at all. I hope I'm pretty clear with everyone when I say that I don't believe white men are any better. I think that they all come from the race of man, and there is something broken about the race of man. I think the original betrayal that black men were loyal to black women. I don't think white men were ever loyal to white women. I think that both white women and black women got caught up in the crossfires of y'all's freaking little battle that y'all have, right? But I think y'all really align with each other on many things, and predatory behavior against women and children is one of them.
That's a fair assessment from your side.
Yeah. So anyways, we're gonna move around the panel. What are your thoughts? Oh, Swank, it seems that Hank has been roasted, so go ahead.
I feel like you gotta, like, when you is this like creepy, right? You gotta put a child in front of your predator. But when it comes to men like looking for women, like trying to seduce women, get women, we're predators, like low key. I don't understand what bro was trying to, like. I feel like bro was missing my point. Like, everybody is not like him just because they got their passport. And like bro came up here and just repeated, like, tried to make all of the trick, and just because a man want to give all his money to a woman, that don't mean he like kids. That don't make him a predator like that. Like, I don't, like, bro came up here and tried to act like he threw a shot at me, like, oh yeah, I'm here to check Swank. Like, no, bro, that didn't work.
It did though, because it was valid.
It worked for us. I don't know if it needs to work for you, but it worked for us. Yeah. But go ahead.
Is that all you've got to say, Swank?
Bro tried to equate men that
What?
are generous to women and give up and don't
What?
get nothing in return the same as predators. That's literally what he said to y'all, and y'all ate that up because it sounded good.
No, what he said was basically people who are travelling abroad specifically to get vulnerable women are predators, whether it's children or whether it's women. The whole point of them going abroad is to get those women because they think that their money will last them longer and get them access to really vulnerable women who might who will sleep with them for a lot less than what is expected. The standards are a lot less and than what's expected in the US. That's what he said. You didn't hear that because you're
I
incapable
didn't,
of it. No,
bro.
I don't think you understood it, because that's the same things that we have said to you and said to all the men over and over and over again about passport bros. They identify themselves as people who are going to get women in different countries because they don't like the women that are in their country currently.
That's why they do it. That's why they call themselves passport bros. We are not saying that men with passports, every single man with a passport, is someone who's looking to have sex with women or children. They might be going with their partners. We're talking about those ones who identify themselves as, passport bros. They identify thinking that they're going abroad to get those women. So that's what we're talking about. And we keep saying this to you, Swank, but yet somehow you still don't let it settle in your head. So the comprehension is the problem here. Your comprehension.
I'm stubborn. I don't have a comprehension issue.
Aye, Jai.
Yeah, Swank. So, these passport bros, yeah, in the way you stated it, they are just generous men who are looking for women to give their money, right? Right? So you're saying that in the whole of America, these wonderfully generous men could not find any woman to give money. They had to get on a plane to go to another country to look for a woman who, by their own definition, is somehow beneath or less than them. They couldn't find any women, since they are so generous. They couldn't find any women. Yeah, and they go to the villages. Now, when they go to these countries, they don't go to those countries and look for like women who have degrees or women who are high in the society. No, they go to those places, go to the impoverished areas, right, to look for those women. But you want us to believe is because they are just generous. They have so much money that they just want to give away. And they can't find anybody to do it in America. And they have to get on a plane to go to another country to be generous. Please.
I mean, y'all saying that I need a tutor and all that, but y'all don't sound like I know the difference between pedophile and a predator. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, pedophiles are predators, but all
Can you
predators are
stop
not
saying the entire word?
pedophiles, man.
Sir. I'm talking about you keep saying all words that are not TikTok friendly. You keep P3do on the screen. You keep saying slang and all the other stuff. Go ahead, you can finish up.
I feel bad. I'm messing up the algorithm, bro. My bad. Hold on. I want to hop down. I'm not comfortable with the way I speak on TikTok. TikTok is a very different place.
Yeah, no, I don't think we're saying that all predators are P3dos, but all P3dos are predators, right? And I actually do believe just about every man that travels out and claims himself to be a passport bro has P3do tendencies. Because a lot of the stuff that over there have are things that children have, right? They talk about women being too big in America. They talk about women having high body counts, not being pure, not being moldable, submissive. These are all natures of children. So they have the same tendency. And then they go to a country where maybe it is not as policed as high. The child marriage rates or marriage ages or ages of consent are not policed as high. And all of a sudden you find that they fall into the same, oh, she looks like she's older though. Because a lot of those men do the same things in America. They see a little 14-year-old, they say, oh, she doesn't look like she's 14, she looks 27. The other day, actually, there's a young girl that's missing in my city. Beautiful, beautiful young girl. She's 15. In the comment section, instead of saying, this is awful, what can we do? There's a bunch of men saying, she looks 27. She looks 25. She looks 28. And I'm sitting here like, how does this change the fact that the young girl is missing? So it's the same, it's similar tendencies.
I see that. I definitely see that, especially when you called out the fact that Jesus Christ's mother was a child. Yeah, that's type of shit made you unsubscribe to a faith. But like a lot of people hear that shit and still don't unsubscribe to their faith.
All right, lovely people. Any last words? Just minding, Zen, Rita.
No, your journey begins at the library, and most men are predators.
Thank you.